Hello and welcome to ICC Academy here in Dubai, where we are just about to see the toss between UAE and USA, the fourth match of this tri-series of the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. The two captains out there, UAE's Ahmed Raza and USA's Saurav Netravalkar, exchanging the team sheets, which we'll update you with as soon as we have them after this brief exchange. See, looks like the UAE have won the toss. Wait for their obligatory signals. You can see Xavier Marshall walking off, so it looks like the US have been put into bat. And we'll be back for the opening deliveries in about 25 minutes from now here in the ICC Academy, with a 10 a.m. start local time here in the UAE. We're about 20 minutes away from the start here at Dubai's ICC Academy. As you see, the teams here have been announced. The US, one change, Kareem Agor, who was injured in their victory over Scotland a couple of days ago in Sharjah, is replaced by Nisarg Patel. Otherwise unchanged, see the captain Sarab Netravalka leading out Akshay Hamraj, Stephen Taylor, Cameron Stevenson, Monak Patel, Aaron Jones, Ian Holland, Rusty Taran, Nitush Kenjige, Xavier Marshall, and that change, Nisarg Patel. And a reminder, UAE have won the toss and elected to bowl. Means we'll see Xavier Marshall, Monak Patel come out shortly in the next 15 minutes to open the batting for the US. And the UAE also have one change, CP Rizwan coming into the side for young leg spinner Kartik Mayappan. See Ahmed Raza, the captain. Reading out Ruha Mustafa, as you see CP Rizwan there, Junaid Siddiqui, Mohammad Usman, Basil Hamid, Wahid Ahmed, Darius De Silva, Chirag Suri, Sohail Khan, and 17-year-old Richa Aravind, who will keep wicket. And we expect to open the batting once again after making his debut against the US just a couple of days ago in Sharjah. Here you can see how things have gone so far in this tri-series during the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2, the third leg of this tournament. USA 2 from 2, beating both UAE and Scotland. And you see UAE Scotland yesterday was rained off in Sharjah. Heavy rainfall left us waterlogged and without play, without a bowl being bowled. You see the USA 4 points, and that 1 point each for UAE and Scotland after the no result. And the result of that means that USA are now 3 points clear of Scotland and 4 ahead of Namibia and Oman, who are back on 6 points at the summit of League 2, while UAE are 5th of yesterday's washout in Sharjah, providing their first point of the campaign. Meanwhile, Papua New Guinea are 6th with 8 losses from all 8 of their games, and Nepal, the only team in this League 2 tournament yet to feature in one of the Tri-Series. Again, we'll be here with live action with the UAE winning the toss and electing to field in just under a quarter of an hour here at ICC Academy in Dubai. Here you see a reminder of those teams named today, one change apiece. UAE, CP Rizwan coming in for young Kartik Mayappan. As for the US, Nisarg Patel coming in for the injured Kareem Agor. And news for the middle, if you're just joining us, UAE have won the toss and elected to bowl. Here at the ICC Academy in Dubai for the fourth of 6 ODIs of this tri-series between host UAE, USA and Scotland to make up the third leg of the reformed ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. We were washed out yesterday in Sharjah, UAE due to play Scotland, but both sides shared a point after thunderstorms overnight and throughout the morning meant that we were waterlogged in Sharjah for what would have been the third game at Sharjah Cricket Stadium. The US won their first 2 games, beating the UAE in the opener and then following up with victory over Scotland as well to extend their lead at the top of Cricket World Cup League 2. The US openers going out to the middle. It'll be Xavier Marshall and Monak Patel to open the batting. And it looks like Captain Ahmed Raza will open the bowling for the UAE. No scratch. So it's Junaid Siddiqui, who was so good against the US the last time these two sides met in Sharjah on Sunday, where the US won by 3 wickets in this tri-series opener. A stunning start from the UAE there, left the US 4 for 2 at one stage before a stunning comeback. Aaron Jones, it's incredible in the US middle order, making 95. Siddiqui took 3 for 37 in that game, which was his full ODI debut. Coming to Xavier Marshall now. Fast ball, you see some lift off the wicket. Be encouraging for the UAE bowlers. USA up and running. Xavier Marshall off the mark. It's one of the 2 men out here at a fine leg come deep backward square, and a third man as well. The 2 men out in this first power play. 2 men in at slip. Backward point, a cover, mid off, mid on. And a short mid wicket. There'll be a big adjustment for the players moving from Sharjah on what are slow, at times low wickets. Here in ICC Academy can be too paced at times, generally truer bounce. It's Monet Patel, shoulder and arms, big confident leave from the US opener. And joining me for the opening salvos of this, the 4th match in this tri-series, Peter Della Penna from ESPN Cricinfo. Peter, good morning.
Great morning. The best morning ever at ICC Academy, Barney.
You've had a good start, haven't you?
Brilliant start. There's cricket out in the middle. What more could you ask for, Barney?
Shade, a table. Would have been a start.
A few things. A few simple things. That's okay. As long as the match has taken place. That's the important thing. And a gorgeous, gorgeous contrast to yesterday, Barney, at Sharjah.
Siddiqui finishes up the first over. A good start once again from Siddiqui. He's gone for just one. That single from Xavier Marshall. And for those of us just joining us or just tuning into this tri-series, as Peter mentioned, yesterday we were waterlogged in Sharjah. It was some sight, wasn't it, on first arrival at the ground.
The remarkable thing that most people forget about when seeing a site like that, some of the photos and videos that were distributed online yesterday, they say, why doesn't Sharjah have a proper drainage system in place? They don't need it 364 days out of the year. And the one day it rains, there's mayhem because there's just no investment that makes sense in a desert environment to have a sand-based drainage system or any kind of drain to accommodate for things like that. So on the rare occasions when it does rain, you just have to shrug your shoulders and move on to the next occasion. Much, much sunnier, brighter conditions here at ICC Academy.
Oh, it's Zahor Khan starting from the other end and beats Xavier Marshall first ball.
Fantastic delivery. First up. Trying to get that back of the length channel working against Marshall, who at the very least is using his bat today, Barney.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning we're a square of the wicket here, so very much relying on the screens as well to help us see shape like that. Pulled away from Xavier Marshall. There'll just be one. There's a man out there.
For those who are not quite catching on to the illusion I'm making, Xavier Marshall was bowled first ball against Scotland without offering a shot. And in limited overs cricket, you'd like to see batsmen have a bit more positive mindset, especially in the power play. Come out and start playing some shots and Xavier Marshall now on 2. Off his hips behind square.
Yeah, and of course was out obstructing the field against the UAE in the first game. Not been the best of tours for Xavier Marshall so far. Going back to Sharjah, a ground that, as Peter said, doesn't really need or hasn't had need for drainage over the years. Of its record, now 240 ODIs, for long periods, none of those were interrupted by any sort of rain. It's only the last couple of years where we've seen matches affected in various tournaments out here in the UAE.
On a slightly positive note for Xavier Marshall, with that innings he had where he was out obstructing the field, he did manage to pass his cousin, Rashard Marshall, on USA's all-time run scoring list in 50 over cricket. Rashard played for USA from 2008 until 2013. And Rashard was a fantastic middle order batsman for USA. USA has some very difficult situations in that role, in that 5-6 slot over the years. And was also a fantastic fielder at backward point. Brocky, that was his nickname. He came to New York first in the early 2000s, and then Xavier followed back around 2015. And they still play together, club cricket in New York City. Rashard is still active in club cricket in the local scene. And his cousin Xavier, the two of them are teammates in club cricket, playing for Villagers Cricket Club in, I believe it's the Metropolitan League in New York City. Along with Steve Messiah, the former U.S. captain. There's quite a few other players who've been part of that club over the years who've been in the USA national team. So there's a continuing presence in New York City of players
As Marshall turns it away for one, down to fine leg. Darius De Silva doing the fielding.
It's always been one of the strongest areas of representation for USA. If New York is providing players, it's a good sign because they've got the highest concentration of players anywhere in the country. The number of leagues, they have 7 or 8 leagues in New York City alone. Got the Eastern American, the Commonwealth, Metropolitan, the Brooklyn League. Got the Bangladeshi, New York Bangladeshi League. I believe it's the American League. And then you've got some other kind of T20, just kind of tennis ball leagues around New York. And the Commonwealth League is, I believe, the biggest league in America. They've got 82 or 83 clubs in the league itself playing in different divisions. Metropolitan League has around 35 or 40. So there's so much cricket to be played, and that's just New York City alone. Then you've got New Jersey, where some of these guys play in New Jersey as well. Xavier Marshall also plays in New Jersey on his other weekend day. Monank Patel at the crease right now. He plays in New Jersey. Jesse Singh, who has been in the USA national team recently, hails from New Jersey, goes back and forth. Somebody like Akeem Dotson, who's been in and out of the team, he goes back and forth playing between New York, New Jersey, and also Washington, D.C. You'll get some of these guys, they get offered a bit more money to play in Maryland or Washington, D.C. or Virginia. They might take the train down on a weekend or just carpool with some other guys. So that whole corridor provides so much talent.
Sadiki that continues. Made such a stunning start against the US last time out in the opener for this tri-series. Is that the richest talent pool for US cricket across New York and that region?
In terms of the volume of players and the quality of players, it's right up there. But what drags it down at times is the lack of quality facilities. You take a look at some of the other players in this team who hail from Southern California. There's not as much of a volume of players from Southern California, but the facilities at Woodley Park, a facility like that's got 4 turf wickets, 4 turf pitches all adjacent to each other where everybody's playing on turf wickets regularly. The success of the players from Southern California has oftentimes dwarfed success of players from elsewhere in the country just by virtue of the fact that they're getting exposure to playing on turf wickets on a regular basis, which the players from New York City, New Jersey, Washington, D.C. historically just don't get on a regular basis.
Sadiki finishes with a dot. He's gone for just 2 from his first 2 overs. USA 3 from 3. Just those 3 singles to Xavier Marshall in each of those first 3 overs so far.
So it's up to a lot of these guys, somebody like Xavier Marshall, to draw upon their experiences, their formative experiences, growing up playing local cricket in Jamaica for the West Indies, to help make that transition a bit easier when they come to an event like this. They got to draw on those experiences where they played on turf wickets all growing up or in their early part of their career, because otherwise it's an extremely difficult transition to go straight from an artificial wicket in New York, and that too out of the winter, into a tour like going to Trinidad, and then into a tour like this back to back.
Zahor Khan will continue. Xavier Marshall on strike once again.
Xavier's getting back into that mode of, do I want to use my bat or not? It's there in your hands to use, Xavier. I tell you what, Barney, I've been impressed by Zahor and Sadiki, especially in the context of what's gone on in UA cricket recently.
On cue, Zahor Khan showing why he's impressed Peter, beating the outside edge.
When you think about having 2 quality pace bowlers like Mohammad Naveed and Qadir Ahmed being stripped from availability after the anti-corruption charges, a lot of teams that would really dent their quality of depth and really expose a weakness and test who is immediately behind them. And yet in this series, we haven't really seen much of a drop-off in terms of the pace quality, and that too in the T20 World Cup qualifier as well.
Zahor again beating the bat. Very good this from the UAE early on.
He's moving the ball both ways, swinging it away, and then that one that goes back the opposite way, jagging it back in, really testing Xavier Marshall early here. And on that point, I think it's a tremendous credit to Dougie Brown and the job that he's done to keep everything as composed as possible, and also the captain Ahmed Raza. In spite of all the changes, they're still very, very competitive.
Absolutely, and for those that have watched UAE cricket over the last few years, they've just seen Mohammad Naveed obviously was captain, but also as a bowler, he was an absolute talisman for this side. Great with a new ball, it's quick, a wicket taker, great at the death. And to lose him is a real vacuum that it looked like it had opened up. But yeah, the likes of Zahor Khan, who's been on the fringes over the last couple of years, always looked to impress. Always impressed when he has been given the opportunity. Very skillful bowler. A very clever bowler. And yeah, it's tested the UAE in terms of their squad depth, but they have a real opportunity. That's why they've given the teenagers that we've seen come into the side. Kartik Mayappan not playing today, but say Richard Arvind keeping. Jonathan Figge on the sidelines as well. And as you say, Peter, it's testament to Dougie Brown and Ahmed Raza, the way they've been able to pick the ball up and run with it after 6 players so far that have, over the last couple of months, who have disappeared for various reasons. As Xavier Marshall picks up his obligatory run for the over. 4 from 4. We've seen a change for the US today. Kareem Agor comes out with that injury. Any insider knowledge from you, Peter, on what happened? We saw him pull his hamstring. It looked like a pulled hamstring.
Oh, I don't think there needs to be any insider knowledge to see what happened. It was a very, very distressing scene in the 24th over against Scotland in the field. Was chasing after a boundary off the bat of Michael Jones. And he pulled up, clutching his right hamstring, and he didn't put on his warm-up clothes today. He's just there in a blue hoodie on the field, and doesn't look like he'll be taking any further part in the story. I haven't gotten any definitive word from USA Cricket Management, but I think all indications are he's not going to take the field again. Just let him get back to 100% health without pushing him, as there's a much bigger picture at stake here over the course of the 3 years in this competition. As somebody who's only 21 years old, you don't want to do anything to jeopardize him when he's got such a long and promising career ahead of him for USA. So Nisarg Patel has come into the lineup. In some ways, a like-for-like swap. Nisarg bowls left-arm spin. He's a much more aggressive attacking batsman than Karima, though. His spin it bowls in a similar style. Bowls flat, bowls quick through the air. But as a batsman, he's not somebody who you'll characterize as somebody who's a quick rotator of the strike, not the quote-quote pinch runner that I was advocating for. Somebody who will play his shots, come out at 6-7, swing big, try and boost the score, and he's not to the same standard as Kareem Agor is in the field, but he's definitely no slouch either. And more than likely, you'll see Nastish Kenjige occupy that backward point region today with Gore out of the lineup. Try and restrict runs and create run-out opportunities in the offside ring.
Xavier Marshall drives down the ground firmly and beats mid-on. And 4, the first boundary of the day. Glorious shot through mid-on. It's the first time Siddiqui's overpitched. And Marshall pounced on it to drive through mid-on. Cracking shot.
It's there to hit full in the slot. And just a firm push. Nothing extravagant about that shot. It didn't need to be. It was pure timing from the X-Man. Splits the gap between mid-on and mid-off easily.
Pushed into the offside. Fielded for a dot ball. So Nisarg Patel coming into the side. Change the dynamic of the US batting order. We were talking about it the other day about how it can suit certain situations. You might see rejigs. Will this change anything, or just the dynamics?
I think it's just a straight swap. Kareem Agor has been batting at 7. I would expect Nisarg Patel to bat at 7. But again, in a more aggressive style. Kareem Agor is somebody who's always rotating the strike, looking to put the other man on strike and get him the boundary opportunities. Nisarg is somebody who will be more likely to pursue those boundary opportunities. And so it's incumbent upon Ian Holland and Akshay Homraj to help shoulder the load in the absence of Kareem Agor, because even though we've been discussing him as somebody who's not a pure boundary striker, he does time the ball well, and he wasn't dismissed on this tour at all. He was somebody who was always very reliable to hold up an end and get the senior partner on strike to just keep the scoreboard ticking. And the only concern is whether that presence that he offers in terms of that ability to rotate the strike so efficiently, if it disrupts the rhythm in terms of not being able to get those consistent scoring opportunities and have dot balls bog guys down.
It's a cracking drive through the offside. Monank Patel lashing onto that extravagant drive on one knee. We were discussing it just the other day. You're saying about how elegant Monank Patel can be, and he's in full flow there.
Got my imaginary camera out, Barney. It was coming right in our direction. Monank with the flourish of the bat, pointing straight at us. He's so gorgeous when he drives like that, through mid-off, through cover.
That was a lovely shot. Monank was so good in that win over Scotland. 82, shared a monster partnership with Aaron Jones.
140-run third wicket stand, tied for the 10th highest partnership all time for USA in 50 over cricket. And it was the third highest third wicket stand all time for USA in 50 over cricket. It's a partnership of 159. I believe it was by Steve Masai and Sushil Nadkarni quite a few years ago. Both former captains. And that was the highest third wicket stand for USA. But 140, an impressive feat. And Aaron Jones is somebody who is a fantastic partnership builder. I was going through the stats the other day.
This time it's in the air, but it beats the man at mid-on. And it should run away for 4. And it just about does. Full toss and just chipped away from Monank Patel. For a while, though, it looked like mid-on might be interested.
No need to be elegant there when you get a full toss, Barney. Help yourself just off the shins. Easy flick, splitting mid-on and mid-wicket. It's the really first loose delivery we've seen from either bowler today. Everything's been on a consistent length and a tidy line as well, and that time just airing much too full Zahor. And Monank capitalizing on that.
Oh, and bowled the next ball. Superb from Zahor Khan. Monank Patel stuck in the crease and squared up, and off stump pegged back. Superb delivery. And as Peter was saying, the length, both bowlers are just slightly over pitch for the first time in the last 2 overs. That was right on the money. Monank Patel not sure whether to go forward or go back. And well, he's ended up back towards the pavilion now. USA lose their first wicket, 16 for 1. Stephen Taylor will be the new man. Well, that was a beauty, wasn't it, Peter?
Oh, we haven't seen a replay yet, but to me it looked like a front foot delivery. It was pitched up on a good to fullish length, and in spite of that previous ball that was a full toss flicked to mid-wicket, Monank was in a mode where he was getting onto the back foot, and he really should have been coming forward, and that indecision exposed by that length and that movement from Zahor. Fantastic delivery, just correcting from that previous ball, and first breakthrough for the UAE. And it brings Stephen Taylor to the crease. Steven Taylor with a lean run recently. Talked about Xavier Marshall being out, not playing a shot. Well, Steven Taylor did the very same thing against the UAE in their first encounter. Dismissed LBW by Sadiki not offering a shot, but against Scotland made 17. Got a little bit of a start, but couldn't carry on. Bowled Mark Watt's very first ball coming on in the 8th over. So this time around, USA needs him to get a start, and not just get a start, but carry on.
And a lovely way to get off the mark. Again, it's over pitched. Steven Taylor just leans into it, times it through extra cover for 4. He's just leant on it. I mean, you couldn't have wished for a better ball first ball, though, could you? It's a long half volley outside off stump.
Just lean forward into it. Shades of Xavier Marshall a few overs ago. Just in the slot. All I needed was a prod onto the front foot and timed to perfection through extra cover. So, seesaw over there. 3 boundaries, 12 runs for USA, but the wicket of Monak Patel, well, it's 20 for 1 after 6.
Sadiki beats Marshall. Seen that a lot so far from Marshall. Pressing forward and playing, missing outside off stump. Very good ball.
And these opening bowlers for the UAE just very, very disciplined with their lines. The number of balls that they're making USA play at, beating the outside edge. You see the amount of movement they're getting. And even more impressive is that it's clear skies. They're getting all this movement without really any assistance from the conditions.
As this time he goes short and is pulled away for 4 through mid-wicket. That's one thing that the USA will be encouraged by, is that every time the UAE have missed their mark, the US have put them away.
It's only really the second short delivery we've seen. Both of them to Marshall. He tucked one off his hips earlier against Zohor, but this time Sadiki too short and pulled with authority through mid-wicket by the X-Man.
He turns this one away. Should just be 1. It is just 1. Yeah, you see, short might not be the way to go on this pitch. You see how far in front of square Marshall pulled that previous boundary, in complete control of it. Shows you how early he was onto it by hitting it that far in front of square. Taylor faces Sadiki.
It also shows you how settled Xavier Marshall is getting, because he's somebody who's typically more of a driver, front foot player. You don't see him cut and pull as often. And so if he's getting into that mode, he's got his full range of shots going until he's positive. And he looks like being there for now. 7 overs, getting a good start. Might be in for a pretty good score today.
Yeah, and he's not forced the issue at all either. He's just waited on those bad balls and he's put every single one away. It's Taylor this time. Plays and misses, beaten by Sadiki.
I'm a bit surprised, actually, Barney, that they haven't put in a gully. with the amount of movement these opening boards are getting and the amount of times that they're beating the outside edge, just feel like there's going to be an edge that comes up. And yeah, they've got two slips in place, but they can afford to be a touch more aggressive. Consistent lines for the most part. You almost think like they could take that deep fine leg out. Haven't really strayed on the legs too much.
Yeah, we've seen so much in this Tri-Series so far as well. It does a bit up top. Well, you need to make hay while the sun's shining. The end of that over. USA 25 for 1 after 7. Man to go is Monank Patel. Got a beauty from Zahor Khan. See there, Stephen Taylor, the new man in. And Xavier Marshall. Started very well, very brightly. 13 from 20. Talking about US earlier on and the talent pools and the areas of the states. We're talking about obviously New York. Has there been anything since they gained ODI status and in recent months where they've had greater success and come to a wider awareness of the US team? Has that had any impact back home?
I don't think it's had so much of an impact back home. There's been a much greater awareness of ODI status in Australia and England based on the recent selections and player availability for those selections. But in terms of it creating a greater, I guess, media exposure, player pool uptick, it's very, very early from that perspective.
It will be something they'd want to build on though, isn't it? In terms of getting more people into the game.
This is a chicken or the egg thing, Barney, because in order to get more people interested and get more people encouraged locally, they've got to start picking local players. And until that happens, I think the levels may stagnate at times. When you have the enhanced status of ODI status and the enhanced fixture opportunities, the initial byproduct of that and consequence of that is that more players like a Cameron Stevenson or an Ian Holland, who previously didn't make themselves available for USA, all of a sudden they do want to take part. World Cricket League doesn't sound as appealing as playing ODIs in a different competition. And you're getting a better caliber of player making themselves available for USA.
It's a hit hard. Xavier Marshall. And for 4. Again, UAE over pitch and it's punished by Xavier Marshall.
The X-Man is looking eerily reminiscent of how he played in March on this tour. In this innings here, on this very same ground, he scored a very, very impressive half-century against Lancashire in March. And a very, very impressive win for USA over that English county side. And he's looking so, so good, just like he did back 7-8 months ago.
And then just tucks it into the leg side and gets a single.
But on that point, yeah, you're getting players like Xavier Marshall, Sarvan Nechavalkar, Rusty Turan, who before USA had ODI status wasn't playing for USA. So, yeah, you're getting more players interested at that high standard. But the knock-on effect of that is that those guys are pushing the locally developed players out of the way. Now, how are you going to encourage players to take up the game locally if they see that that pathway is closed? It's a very difficult balancing act trying to negotiate high performance objectives, wanting to win as many games as possible and finish as high as possible in this League 2 competition, because you know at the end of it in 2022, if you finish in the top 3, you're going to get an automatic place in the World Cup qualifier, and if you finish first, potentially that could open up an opportunity to go into the ODI Super League. And yet, if you don't take the strategy that a UAE or a Scotland is taking, where you're giving opportunities to locally developed players, under 19 players coming out of the local junior development program, you're not going to have a realistically sustainable pipeline of local talent that will regenerate, and instead you're always going to be dependent upon somebody who moves to the USA and qualifies on residency, or you're mining the dual passport pool to get guys who are developing in a much stronger overseas grassroots system to make themselves available for USA.
Sadiki continues to marshal. Just push that into the offside. There's no run. USA 30 for 1. Start of this, the 9th over.
And you can't entirely fault USA in some ways for wanting to pick the best players. You'd be foolish not to pick your best eligible 11 when there's consequences in terms of funding and fixture opportunities at stake. And yet, you see what Ireland has done. Yes, Ireland's initial success was underpinned by somebody like a Trent Johnston or a Jeremy Bray, guys who are from Australia. But Ireland would never have progressed on to test status if they weren't developing and giving opportunities to the likes of Paul Sterling and George Dockrell, William Porterfield, Kevin O'Brien, Niall O'Brien.
It's a big appeal from the UAE. And no interest from the umpire.
So it's like it might have been tailing down leg stump. It was very full. There was no doubt on height. The only issue was the line and the angle he was coming in at, and it looked like just may have been missing leg stump.
Yeah, you see Xavier Marshall flexing his legs and hit him right on the knee by the looks of it. Gives you an indication of height wasn't an issue. Plumb on the knee, and this time square cuts beautifully through point. Race away. UAE do very well to cut it off. Very good bit of fielding. And US run free. Look like Chirag Suri down there doing the fielding.
It's an 80-yard boundary on that side of the field today, 80-meter boundary, depending on which version of the measurement system you're using, Barney. And so you got to strike it clean to get it past the rope over there. And yes, Chirag Suri getting an early workout in here at the ICC Academy.
Yeah, running back to point from there. It's quite the hike, that, isn't it? Very good bit of fielding, though, from Chirag to keep that in. As Taylor flicks it off his legs to that same boundary. This one should run away, and does for 4. See Sadiki just straying onto Taylor's pads, and again he doesn't miss out.
And also Basil Hamid, not nearly as swift along the ground as Chirag Suri. With the change in left-hand, right-hander, Basil Hamid stationed at mid-wicket and looked like he might have had cement bricks tied to his shoes, holding him back from getting a bit more momentum.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, the pitch is one thing that these players will have to get accustomed to moving from Sharjah, but also the dimensions of the field as Taylor again flicks off his legs. I should again run away for 4 and does. Back-to-back boundaries from Stephen Taylor. Siddiqui just again straying and drifting onto the pads. Taylor does not miss out. Strong end to that over. 11 from the last 3 balls. The USA moved to 41 for 1 from 9. 1 over left in this first power play. And we'll see Rohan Mustafa come into the attack now to replace Sahil Khan. Yeah, Peter, the dimensions of this ground different to Sharjah. Another thing that these players have to get accustomed to, as well as the change in the nature of the pitch.
The pitch definitely offers a bit more assistance to bowlers here. As you can see so far, Xavier Marshall on 21, and he looks golden at the moment. I think he'd be very disappointed if he doesn't go on to at least 50 from here, and the way he's looking right now, I don't think 3 figures is out of the question, Barney.
Yeah, and you see the 1 wicket Sahil Khan picking up. It's just been replaced from Rohan Mustafa. He got rid of Monank Patel. Yeah, Xavier Marshall's been superb so far. Taylor getting into his strides as well in that last over. Pushed down the ground for 1. There's a man out there at long on.
Jonathan Figge. There's a sub fielder on, and I'm not sure who he's on for. But it's a bit worrying that already in the power play they've got a sub fielder on. I'm not sure if it was Zahoor Khan who might have gone off the field after his last over from this end.
Taylor leans back, cuts behind point, and it runs away for 4. Deft touch from Stephen Taylor.
Played that shot an awful lot on the Super 50 tour. It's something that he's added to his arsenal. In past years, he would have rocked back and tried to hammer that through cover or backward point, and more recent times, even with a slip in place, he's been a lot more touch. Just trying to guide that with an open face, pass, slip, and use the pace on the ball, especially from a spinner like Mustafa, who bowls relatively quick through the air.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. End of that first power play. USA 46 for 1. These two, Xavier Marshall on 22, Stephen Taylor 16, partnership worth 30. Started very brightly, these two.
It's one of USA's best power plays in recent memory, too. Their best power play on the Super 50 tour in Trinidad was 50 for 1, and ironically that was in a match reduced to 30 overs against Trinidad and Tobago. So it's not often that they passed 40 in the first 10 overs or the first phase of the power play in recent times. And especially with the number of boundaries they've struck here. 9 boundaries in the first 10 overs here shows USA is playing a lot more confidently than they have in the past, as there's a bowling change in the attack.
Oh, big appeal. Umpire unmoved.
Darius Da Silva on his medium pace. And again, another tight shout on the X-Man. They keep probing away, targeting that front pad. And again, it looked like this one just may have been missing leg stump. Didn't look like it was too high, Barney, but the X-Man now remarking his guard after those twin LBW shots in the last 2 overs. It looks like he's moved his guard to middle stump.
Yeah, and Darius Da Silva, the first time we've seen him bowl for the UAE.
I was pretty certain I was looking at number 85 out there, Barney, but I had to do a double take because, yeah, as you said, I've never seen him bowl before for the UAE. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't imagining things or that he swapped jerseys with somebody before the start of play.
That's driven hard back over Da Silva's head by Javier Marshall for 4. Very firm down the ground.
At the moment, UAE's got 3 fielders out of the ring, deep third man, deep fine leg. Well, actually 4 fielders out, a deep cover and a deep square leg mid wicket. But now that smoldering straight drive, a change in the field, long on has gone into place. And fine leg has come into the ring. So the X-Man is looking so rock solid right now. He looks set for a big one for sure. Another just scorching straight drive. He's driven so well early in this innings. His 4th boundary. And he's not letting the dot ball pressure build either. He's done a decent job outside of the boundaries of rotating the strike when he's been given the opportunity.
Yeah, and firmly behind that as well. Interesting to see Da Silva use with the ball for the UAE. Something that Paul Radley from the National, who's pacing behind us, was mentioning the other day in the warm-ups. There was a bit of a surprise to see him turn his arm over. But he was one to watch out for as an option, and Ahmed Raza using him early on here. As USA moved to 50 for 1 after 11 overs. Tidy over from Da Silva, other than that 1 boundary. There's muscle down the ground from Javier Marshall.
We've also got Wahid Ahmed as a medium pace option as well. Besides the opening bowlers, plenty of other options in this lineup. Obviously, the captain himself with his left-arm spin, Rohan Mustafa with the off spin here.
Mustafa. He loves an appeal.
Had to be doing something quite magical to win that one. Bowling a right arm off spin over the stumps to a left-hander. Check that around the stumps. I need my eyes checked, Barney. We're square on, folks.
One thing you can guarantee, though, is Rohan Mustafa will be vocal in an appeal. This time Taylor goes hard down the ground, but straight to the fielder. A long on, and Mustafa is delighted. Lets out a guttural roar. It's Mohammed Usman at long on, who takes a routine catch. Taylor's timed it very well, but straight to the fielder. So I checked the shot a little.
Well, that's a poor shot, Barney. It's a 74-yard boundary straight today. And for an experienced player like Stephen Taylor to play that when the field is pushed back, and this goes back to some of the points I've made about him and his position in the batting order. He's not somebody who rotates the strike. He is a boundary hitter. He needs to be batting in the power play as much as possible, which is why I feel like he should be opening the batting. He doesn't look comfortable rotating the strike, and that's a perfect example why. The field is back. They pushed 4 fielders back on the boundary. You need to be rotating the strike, and that was just a firm front foot push. He wasn't freeing the arms like he was trying to hit a 6 there. It was just a loose push, out of control. And when you've been in the team as long as he have, yeah, he's only 26 years old, Stephen Taylor, but he's been in the team now for 10 years. And that's not the kind of shot you would expect from a senior batsman and a number 3 batsman, especially having been at the crease for a bit. But if you look at his innings, again, on the inability to rotate the strike, Stephen Taylor, 16 off 16 balls. You say he's scoring at a strike rate of 100. 4 boundaries, 12 dot balls. He didn't have a single 1 or 2 in his entire innings. And that inability to rotate the strike is evident in that dismissal.
Yeah, it says quite a lot. And as you say, he's sort of caught in two minds whether to... Didn't really go full-blooded, didn't just nudge it down the ground. And yeah, quite damning when you think of that inability to rotate the strike. It's Aaron Jones, the new man in, who's been superb so far on this tour for the US. As Jones gets off the mark, dabbing it into the leg side, and a misfield, backing up. Kartik Mayappan on as a substitute fielder. And misfields that ball and allows the US back for 2. It's sloppy from the UAE.
Sloppy from the UAE, but very alert, not just by Jones to create the single and Marshall to create the single. That's a single that USA wouldn't have taken on the previous tour with Marshall at the non-strikers, and he's shown a much more ambitious attitude in terms of taking those singles from the non-strikers in on this tour. And that aggressiveness, taking that single, created the poor throw, created the poor backup, that in turn led to a second run. So a much more positive mindset from USA turns a dot ball into essentially 2 runs. Good work there from Marshall. And everything seems to be clicking today for him. He's alert from the non-striker's end. He's timing the ball well from the striker's end. And all indications are he's set for a very, very long and profitable stay at the crease, Barney.
Yeah, you might have put the mockers on him there. But he is looking in great touch. Very alert. Looks in full control of his game so far. As that single takes him to 27. Back to that Stephen Taylor dismissal. We've been talking in the other 2 games about how he's changed his game, and you've called for him to be opening the batting and being a boundary hitter in those opening 10 overs. Does he look a player at the minute who's a bit confused about his role and how he should be approaching his game?
I think he's looked confused for the last 2 years. At number 3, he just doesn't look the same player at number 3. And there's 2 ways to analyze that. 1, he's batting out of position. Or 2, he's just not a good player anymore. As a batsman, he's just not the same player he was a couple years ago, which is a far scarier thought when you think about the talent that he has. Because he just doesn't have that capacity to bat long. And if he's being denied those boundary options in the power play, simply by virtue of the fact that he's not at the crease in the power play, well then how is he not only helping himself, but how is he helping the team when he's not in a position to succeed? Way too high.
Yui going up for a hopeful appeal.
Aaron Jones is not a tall man, but even that was ambitious. The other aspect of that dismissal, which we didn't get to touch on, Rohan Mustafa was more than overjoyed than he usually would be, because Taylor gave him quite a send-off in the first match when Stephen Taylor dismissed him on the first occasion. So you could tell Rohan Mustafa was gleefully accepting of that support in the field from Muhammad Usman. And he was going to shout as loud as possible to celebrate to make sure Stephen Taylor heard him as Taylor walked off the field.
Yeah, Ruha Mustafa's someone never shy of a word.
It's interesting because he's what you would characterize as a chippy character on the field because of that. But off the field, he's actually one of the most well-liked players in opposition teams. He gets along with everybody in other teams around the world.
He's nudged into the offsides. A man at point, it'll just be one. Yep, very affable, very likeable man. Ruha Mustafa. On the pitch, a fierce competitor, though.
I had this chat with Tim Cutler in a emerging cricket podcast during the T20 qualifier, and I talked about Rohan Mustafa as being like a Claude Lemieux type player from my days growing up watching NHL ice hockey. As somebody who you absolutely hated playing against, but if he was on your team, there was nobody you would rather have on your team than a Rohan Mustafa.
As Marshall uses his feet very well. But with the man out there, it's just a single. I'm sure Tim will be watching. So hello, Tim, if you are. Doing stellar work with emerging cricket. Another champion of the associates.
Tim is always burning the midnight oil. Although this match is coming out at a far more agreeable time in Australia for him to be tuning in.
It'll be Wahid Ahmed will replace Ruha Mustafa. US 55 for 2 after 13. Four men out, long on. Square leg. Third man and point. Aaron Jones so far has been exceptional on this tour. 95 in the first game against UAE, 74 against Scotland. Very important role he's plays for the US in this middle order. And Peter, you were explaining the other day, he's a slow starter.
No, it does take a long time to get set. It's that first 25-30 ball period, he rarely scores more than 10 runs, but once he gets past that, basically scores at a run of ball. So if he can withstand that initial pressure from the bowlers, somebody who rarely fails to kick on. And he's so efficient running between the wickets. He's never a big boundary striker. I don't think he's ever scored more than 10 boundaries in an innings for USA in his career. Usually in his big scores, he might have 7, 8 boundaries. Doesn't really clear the ropes often, but he's just such an efficient rotator of the strike. And on that point, something I was bringing up before, right before Monang Patel got out, because of that, he's a fantastic player to bat with. There's a very subtle difference between a good batsman and a good batsman to bat with in a partnership. And Aaron Jones is somebody who's fantastic to bat with in partnership.
Cut to the man at point on the boundary, just be one.
And in a similar point, Stephen Taylor is somebody who's not very easy to bat with in partnership because of that inability to rotate the strike. Now, Stephen Taylor has been in the USA team for 10 years, and I was going through the stats the other day. This is his 71st match for USA, Stephen Taylor, in 50 over cricket, 69 innings. And right now he's in the top 3 all-time in 50 over runs for USA with Sushil Nadkarni and Steve Messiah. He's only had 4 partnerships where he's been part of a century stand. There's been 50 century partnerships in USA's one-day cricket history. And I'm not rolling this off the top of my head. I was looking at these stats on the off day. I was doing a bit of preparation for this. And I was going through the logs. USA has had exactly 50 partnerships of 100 runs or more in their one-day cricket history. Stephen Taylor has been a part of 4 of those. Aaron Jones has been in the team just over a year, and he's already had 5 century partnerships. And all of those century stands have been in the top 35 out of those 50 century stands. So he doesn't just get in and get a partnership. He gets a big partnership. He set a record partnership with Hayden Walsh Jr. for the 6th wicket in Namibia. This is, again, good alert running. Second time today that these two have stolen a run off an overthrow. The positivity is there from not just Jones, like you would typically expect, but also Marshall to keep getting that extra run. But whether or not Jones is scoring runs for himself, he's a fantastic partnership builder. In that Super 50 tour recently, he didn't cross 50. His best score was 37. But on both occasions, USA's best 2 partnerships of the tournament were with Aaron Jones at the crease. He had an 82-run stand and a 78-run stand, one with Xavier Marshall, and I believe the other was with Monang Patel. And so even if he himself is not scoring at a very high rate, doesn't go on kick onto a big score, he's somebody who is very reliable, who rotate the strike. He's a partnership builder. He keeps things steady. And that's what makes him such a valuable asset and so easy to bat with, and enables him to go on to consistently good scores and is able to benefit the team by batting in partnership. Whereas if you contrast that with somebody like Stephen Taylor, doesn't rotate the strike, is heavily reliant on boundaries, when he does make a big score, it stands out. But very rarely is Stephen Taylor somebody who's involved in a lengthy partnership, because if he himself is not scoring big in that partnership, the partnership doesn't happen because he can't rotate the strike. So he's not helping his partner out. And it's subtle things like that that make a big difference in a cricket match.
Wrapped in front, and he's out. It looked close, and Darius De Silva, his first wicket for the UAE. And it's a big one. Xavier Marshall for 31. He looked so good. And the UAE players are delighted for De Silva. See what it means to them.
It's an awfully big blow, Barney, because the X-Man was looking so good. And it was clever bowling as well from De Silva. He slipped in the slower ball. The X-Man was timing the ball so well, kept on getting onto the front foot quite early. And this time, De Silva, who'd been bowling at a very consistent pace, first time in his third over, his 14th delivery, first time out of those 14 deliveries, we see him slip in a slower ball. And that change of pace is what foxed Xavier Marshall, and despite getting onto the front foot, getting that stride, and the umpire decided to hit low enough on the pads and hit in line with the stumps was good enough to give that out. So impressive bowling here by Darius De Silva. And USA now, after a very promising power play at 46 for 1 in 10 overs, suddenly 2 quick wickets, and it's 60 for 3 with Ian Holland coming to the crease.
Yeah, very important wicket. Very well bowled by De Silva. Even from square of the wicket, it looked good.
Oh, it was something that as soon as it hit the pad, you could tell the umpire was thinking very, very hard about the decision, and he was going to consider it very strongly. And I think Marshall tried to lean further forward to try and exaggerate how far onto the front foot he had gotten, but wasn't able to sell the umpire on it.
De Silva on the money again. Very good. As we said, a bit of a surprise to see him bowling for the first time for the UAE. He settled in very nicely. This over in particular. That big wicket, Xavier Marshall. And the importance of Aaron Jones's wicket has ramped up a little bit now. It's already very high.
Ian Holland had quite an impressive performance against Scotland. Took 2 wickets in a very, very crucial spell. 2 for 43 in 8 overs. And also contributed 43 off 29 balls. It was a performance that really flew under the radar on that day because of the innings that Monank and Aaron Jones played and the death spells from Cameron Stevenson and Rusty Turan. But on a different day, you could have made a very, very strong case for Ian Holland to be man of the match. Just a very, very pair of clutch cameos with bat and ball, and it really helped swing the match for USA.
Absolutely, those runs came quickly as well the other day. Changed momentum in both innings of that game. First with the bat and then with the ball. Superb performance from Holland. He has a big waft at the outside off stump. Some shot to play. Fourth ball.
Surprised that Aaron Jones actually hasn't come down to have a word with him after that delivery, because that's not what is needed at this stage of the match.
And you'll see I've literally, rather than figuratively, got my Hampshire hat on today. Not in direct support of Ian Holland, but he's off the mark with a less ambitious shot than the ball before. And after 15 overs, USA 62 for 3. And we will have drinks. Chance to wet the whistle. An intriguing first 15 overs. As you see the scorecard there, Xavier Marshall started so well, just fell in that last Darius de Silva over, his first wicket for the UAE. Monak Patel was the first man to go, bowled superbly by Zahor Khan. And Stephen Taylor holed out, a poor shot. Caught a long on by Mohammad Usman. Mustafa, the bowler. To see those UAE bowling figures. Zahor Khan, Rohan Mustafa and Darius de Silva, the men to pick up the wickets. Been a very good start to this game. Balance has shifted already in these 15 overs.
USA looked like they were well in front for a good portion of that, and all of a sudden UAE battling back here, Barney, and I have to say UAE win that session. 62 for 3 after 15 at drinks on the boxing judges scorecard. They'd give that a 10-9 round to the UAE, I think. Just on that last flurry in the final 30 seconds of the round. It was going USA's way, and then all of a sudden just they dropped their hands, and eyes lit up from the UAE bowlers with a big flurry at the end. And now USA's got a lot of work to do in this next phase of play to rebuild and get things back on track on a very, very beautiful day here in Dubai Sports City.
Big thanks to Peter Della Penna coming on for that first 15 overs. And as he mentions, very intriguing first 15. US for such a long time looked in command. UAE have pulled it back very nicely. So Wahid Ahmed continues. Now joined by Paul Radley from the National.
Hi, Barney.
Paul, you okay?
Yeah, well, not too bad. No, thanks to you. How's it all been going here? PDP's been very informative.
Yeah, very. Sheds great insight into
absolutely.
US cricket
It's
and
fantastic listen.
the dynamics of
Yeah.
this team.
Tough
Hoping
act to
you'll
follow,
do the
to be
same.
honest.
Pushed into the offside. You're looking for two.
One thing, I just did a perambulate, Barney, and I noticed that boundary on the far side, the leg side, as we look at it now down the wicket, is absolutely massive. Don't think you get the perspective on it over here. It's huge. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind bowling from the centre, to be honest. Large leg side boundary like that, drop short, don't worry. It's your garden over there, isn't it, Barnes?
It is, yeah, not far from here. Yeah, the square of the wicket here is very big. This boundary is lovely late cut. It'll just be one as a man at third man on the boundary.
Yeah, just think about Aaron Jones. He's only on 6 now. It just puts me in mind of what Chris Lynn was saying during the T10. Obviously, he had a fantastic T10. He sort of dominated that tournament. I think we both picked up on the fact that in a press conference he mentioned this this phrase that he used about not flirting with form. Whenever you go to the wicket, you start again, and even if you are a nick, concentrate from that first ball. Aaron Jones only on 6 here. He's on in such good nick at the moment. It already looks like he's seeing it like a football.
Yeah, and as Peter was just explaining, Aaron Jones a slow starter, but then makes up the numbers as he goes along. We've seen that twice already in this tri-series here in the UAE. Paul, you recovered from your glory from football last night?
So still celebrating that, Barnes. It was an important victory. Sorry, just getting back on today's game, the cricket. Interesting change. First, I think you mentioned on commentary earlier on, first time we've seen Darius De Silva bowl. Changed to the UAE's team today. Kartik Mayappan taken out and CP Rizwan, a batsman, brought in for the extra spinner that they had from the first game. Interesting change. I was wondering how they're going to make up the overs, but Darius De Silva looked like a perfectly serviceable option, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you shed a bit of light on Darius De Silva, his background and
background? Yeah, okay. So he from an Indian family, from his uncle, I think, on his mother's side, played hockey for India in the Olympics. He grew up here in Dubai till 11 years old, multi-sportsman, multi-talented sportsman, but actually preferred football, which his dad would have been happy about. Gave him the middle name Del Piero in homage to the Juventus star, because he was a massive Juventus fan, and he was a good footballer himself, a goalkeeper. Seen some pictures of him when he was at his primary school in Dubai. He was a massive unit. Really, really big guy in comparison to his peers at school. And I think he's levelled out, actually. He wouldn't be one of the taller guys in the UAE team. He's also playing cricket at the same time as being a good footballer and good at other sports. And then family moved to Perth in Australia, which is actually where he lives now. Plays a lot of cricket. He's played for Western Australia's second 11, I think. Yeah, highly regarded by UAE. They have to fly him back for these matches from his studies in Perth, but both parties very happy to do so, because I think they found quite a gem, hopefully, for UAE cricket.
Came into the side at very short notice for the qualifiers. Hastily flown in.
That's very true, yeah. They needed to find a couple of players, sadly. In actual fact, coming to the ground today, he was thinking this is the first official engagement UAE have had since that fateful day when the corruption imbroglio started, really. Last unofficial warm-up match before the T20 World Cup qualifier was here against Namibia. And UAE cricket was been a very different landscape since then. So they were having a game here, and Shaiman Anwar was playing in it. Qadir Ahmed was the 12th man, and Mohammed Naveed, who was the UAE captain at the time, wasn't actually playing in the game, but he was here for the last bit of the game. Those two went for a lap round the boundary, carrying drinks. Got back to the players' match official area and were greeted by ICC's anti-corruption unit officials. And that, as I say, is that, Barney? Or certainly, investigation is ongoing. UAE cricket team is that's the reason for the new look, basically.
But encouraging signs
Very
so
much
far
so,
from
very much so.
the guys. And Peter was mentioning about the way Siddiqui and Zawal Khan have come in as new ball bowlers,
Yep.
seamers, and how encouraging
Looks
they've
no
been.
different, does it? Yeah, Sadiq in particular. I mean, obviously we've seen a lot of Zahor down the years, but Sadiq only came in for that tournament, and he's looked to the manner born, really. It just goes to show the amount of talent there is in floating about the UAE. They can get rid of 6 players and 6 new players in, and don't look hugely different really. If anything, they look refreshed and revived.
Yeah, and we're saying, you mentioned Navidus, or something that me and Peter were just talking about, is how much of an important player he's been, not just since he stepped into obviously captaincy and in the leadership role, but as a strike bowler, as a death bowler. He played such an important role for the UAE for such a long time.
Yeah.
Big shoes to fill, and Siddiqui especially has looked excellent so far. It's Darius De Silva, a superb over from him. It's a maiden to finish his 4th. He's just gone for 10, picked up that all-important wicket as well.
UAE will be absolutely delighted with that. 1 for 10 off 4, fantastic for a guy who's not bowled yet in his UAE career. Probably taking a little bit of a risk by having him as the extra bowling option in the team. Be absolutely chuffed to bits with what he's done so far. On a wicket, it's probably, I think the fact that USA, I should say, started quite slowly, perhaps suggests that the pitch doing a little bit. It's quite green in comparison, certainly in comparison to Sharjah where they played the previous match. Just makes sense that they would replace leg spinner Kartik Mayappan with a extra seam bowling option, with 2 spinners in the team anyway. It's working out quite nicely for them so far. I think they'll be pretty happy with where they are, 67 off 17.
And one of those spinners, Captain Ahmed Raza, comes into the attack. Yeah, you probably wouldn't have seen that change had we seen play yesterday in Sharjah. You'd have expected Mayappan to continue on that wicket. This goes down the leg side. Siddiqui giving chase. He manages to cut it off.
Absolutely brilliant throw, it must be said. He's got that on Naveed.
An appeal with clever running from the US. Really pounced on every opportunity they've been given. Great running between the wickets.
Another thing that might be worth mentioning is the fact that there's been a number of LBW appeals here today, and I'd have thought virtually every one of them was turned down because of a higher bounce here. I think in Sharjah, LBW is always in the game because of the low bounce. Here, it's just a slightly springier bounce, probably counting in the batsman's favour each time they've been wrapped on the pad.
Pushed down the ground for 1. UAE under-19s named their World Cup squad this week for South Africa.
Figgy's in it.
So 3 players in this squad that will be going.
Figgy's probably the big name who didn't feature in the qualifying process, but it's obviously very well known about over here. Highly regarded young player, lives in England, sorry, lives here actually, but goes to school in England, boarding school in England, now university actually. Probably the one standout name amongst the squad that was announced for that tournament that didn't feature in the qualifying process. Yeah, very optimistic actually. High hopes for that competition.
Yeah, this is Jonathan Figgy. He's at 18. Is in this squad for this tour, but not featured just yet. Left-handed opener. And straight to point. And that's a big wicket. Ian Holland,
Mustafa.
loosely driving outside off stump, hits it straight to Rohan Mustafa at point. And the US lose their 4th wicket, 71 for 4. It's a loose shot.
It's a loose shot. Got a good piece of it though. It was a steady catch by Mustafa.
And taken with ease. Ian Holland, who was so good last time out against Scotland, heading back to the pavilion.
There's two fielders probably in the team that you put your house on holding catches like that. Be Mustafa, who he found, and Ahmed Raza, the captain. Excellent pair of hands both of them have got. 71 for 4. USA needs to stop the rot, I think.
Yeah, and Akshay Homraj, the US wicketkeeper, next man at 6. It's been superb spell this from the UAE. Really exerted a great deal of pressure after Xavier Marshall and Stephen Taylor were going so well. Three wickets have fallen for 21 runs. Gone for 50 for 1 to 71 for 4. Excellent spell this from the UAE. They'll be very pleased now. Well on top at this stage.
Darius De Silva, first bowl for the UAE, 2 for 10 off 4.1. Absolutely fantastic stuff for him.
It's edged through the third man. There's a man out there who cut it off. Just one.
They missed a trick there. Could they have had a slip in? New batsman.
It's one thing we were mentioning earlier on. The ball was doing stuff early on, and we were saying, Peter was mentioning whether the UAE could have had a gully in earlier on. Do you think at times they don't attack quite enough, the UAE?
Possibly, fair accusation. You'd have thought now would be a good opportunity. Even Jones, like good batsman as he is and in form, he could do that. He's only on 7.
Chirag Suri there, alive in mid-wicket. And there's a real vibrancy to UAE all of a sudden. Louder in the field, really attacking the ball. Jones uses his feet. Another dot ball. Superb stuff this from Darius De Silva. And for everyone watching, I can assure you he will feature in the National at some point today or tomorrow. Paul Radley's brain will be
highly possible that he will. Well merited
this has got
too.
Paul Radley written all over it. Darius De Silva playing a very good hand so far. It's been excellent with the ball. First bowl for the UAE. Caught us a little bit by surprise that coming in to take up these overs. Aaron Jones flicks that beautifully off his legs. Two men converge. Just keep it in.
Usman to get a place in our football team. Skills like that. Lovely touch outside of the boot. Stops going for 4. Stopped collision actually. Looked very likely at one point. 50-50 ball. Big challenge going in.
It looked hazardous for a moment. So Aaron Jones clipped it down towards us at square leg. CP Rizwan and Mohammad Usman looked like they were moments away from colliding. They did very well to keep that in and keep it just to 2. Excellent stuff from De Silva. Beats the outside edge. Another fine over.
Just thinking, I don't know if I'm thinking a little bit too deeply about this, but this soil for this wicket is imported from Australia. I wonder if that factored in the UAE's thinking to pick their Aussie-based all-rounder, give him a good bowl and back him, take the spinner out instead. I think I'm definitely thinking too much into that, aren't I, Bunny?
Well, as the saying, you want to roll up a wicket and take it with you. Maybe
Oh, you can't argue, can you? 2 for 13 off 5.
maybe Darius De Silva's brought it over with him. Ahmed Raza to continue. Akshay Homraj on strike. Obviously mentioned everything that's gone on with the UAE in recent months. Have you been impressed by the way Ahmed Raza, Dougie Brown and these guys have just put everything to one side and carried on and looked to lead a new dawn?
Really. Yeah. No sulking gone on by any of them. They turn up to the game with 6 new players, I think it was the other day, 6 or at least 6 ODI caps they were handing out. Lost the game. You didn't hear a word of excuse from them about, oh, we're starting out, you know, yes, this was bound to be the case, you know, we've had all these problems. Didn't even mention it. Just carried straight on. This is the team we've got. Taking the field as the UAE team, we expect higher standards. Want a victory and weren't too far off the other day, and they've been right on the money all day so far today. So it's pretty impressive, really, like you said. So credit to both Ahmed Raza and Dougie Brown for that. Dougie Brown, the coach.
Yeah, and they look a very together side.
Yeah, it's interesting that they've got makeup's totally different, totally changed from what it was before.
Very well run single. Actually, Homer just pushing it into the offside.
Yeah, pretty sure on all sorts of different bases. Actually, if you pick the UAE's ideal starting 11 before the World T20 qualifier, I don't think you'd have had one player under 30 in the team. Now they've got a 21-year-old Darius De Silva, 17-year-old wicketkeeper who's missing school to play in this competition. 2 other teenagers in the squad, neither of them playing, Jonathan Figgy and Kartik Meappan, who was rotated out of the side for today, as we've been mentioning. 26-year-old in Basil Hamid. So the side has totally changed. Also different nationalities. Before it was exclusively Pakistani expatriates in the team. Well, they call them expatriates. It's quite a strange term to use when a lot of them have been born and raised in this country. Pakistani nationals, I should say. Now, I think all of the guys that have come in are Indian nationals. So you've got Darius, Wahid Ahmed and Junaid Siddiqui, Pakistan nationals. So it's just, not that that's got anything to do with anything really, but it just shows that the side is slightly altered in its makeup. That was a very good delivery, that, by Darius De Silva.
Another very good start, yeah. He's been superb so far, Darius De Silva. I was mentioning earlier we were surprised just to see him turning his arm over in the warm-ups the other day.
Yeah.
And here he is performing excellently.
It did, yeah. The other day in the warm-up, it looked like he was giving a nudge to his captain. Said, I'm here if you need me, Skip. They certainly need him today, and he's really delivering so far. What would you do, Barney? Would you just let him keep going, since he's such clearly good rhythm? Would you just stick with him and see, even if he bowls out all 10?
Yeah, currently they're essentially trying to. Well, the initial thinking would be to sneak some overs in. You'd think from De Silva. He's been excellent so far. We see a slip and a gully come in now. More attacking from Captain Ahmed Raza. He's put himself in at first slip.
Captain's privilege.
And
That's
then Rohan
village, isn't it?
Mustafa's
That's a
come
village
round
attitude.
to
Sorry about that.
Mustafa's come round to more a gully position. UAE looking to capitalise on this pressure that they've built. We've talked about the changes in this UAE side. Does it help that this ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 is played over 3 years as guaranteed series for everyone competing? That they have a longer period to embed these players in?
Well, yeah. For most other countries,
Sound like that was a reluctant
no, it is a reluctant because there's yeah, I'll explain.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah. No, sorry. My reservations on that are because if you look at Vriti Aravind there, the wicketkeeper, 17-year-old, UAE cricket in the past, as UAE sport, UAE life in general, really has an issue with retaining talent like that from between the ages of 18 to 23, because frequently lads like Vritia who have grown up in this country would go abroad for further education, even if they didn't. Once you get to that age, because of visa issues in this country, they might need a job that if they weren't going to get a professional cricket contract with the Emirates Cricket Board, they need a job that might take them away from the game that they'd need to focus on. So just the fact that Vritia Aravind and Kartik Mayappan are in the team at 17, 18 doesn't mean
Hamid will be disappointed to have not collected that off his own bowling. USA get through for a single.
yeah, it's not an actual guarantee that they're going to be retained in the system through no fault of anybody's, really, certainly not cricket's here. So the management of them from this position is, it's not so much of a guarantee as you might get in other countries. If you think of, say, Scotland, for instance, more likely people would be retained in the system there from that age. Obviously, UAE cricket would dearly love to keep these really talented youngsters here, and if you look at the makeup of the team at the moment, brought in Figgy from University in England. Sorry, that's the squad. He's not in the starting 11 at the moment. Hasn't even made his debut. But they brought him in from University in England. Done the same with Darius De Silva, and it's that's a very promising sign for UAE that people who are qualified, who are committed, who want to play, if they're happy to make that trip, then hopefully that's a good thing, and hopefully it's a sign that UAE are going to back them and do all they can to get them here as often as they can. If that answers your question.
In a roundabout way.
Yeah. Sorry. Bit of fluff there as well. Sorry about that.
No, it's absolutely. It's fascinating to know the dynamics of what these guys will go through in terms of qualification and the difficulties they have.
De Silva's back for a 7th.
See each of these teams in League 2 guaranteed 36 ODIs between now and 2022 on the road to India, the 2023 Cricket World Cup. 4 series for each team. So there is a lot of cricket to be played over the next few years. I suppose the big test for UAE then will be to hold on to this group of players and keep them together.
Yeah. Yeah. So obviously such a big new start for them that really can't second guess what's the future's going to look like, because obviously the recent past has changed so much for them. But you'd have thought that's why they're backing these guys. Obviously, I think they've given the 3 teenagers this series a little bit with a view to the under-19s World Cup. Darius De Silva's been absolutely spot on all through this spell. I think if you put down a sheet of A3 on a length, he'd have hit it more or less every ball he's bowled. He's been fantastic.
Yeah, Jones using his feet there to try and knock De Silva off of that length that he's just nestled into, and even then De Silva sees him coming and get a leg by. So Homraj goes firmly at that. It's no run. Siddiqui at mid-on does the fielding.
It is interesting to see how USA keep making that mistake. Two of the three countries in the world with United in their name, I think, are playing in this fixture. Go on, Barnes. What's the other one? Don't think cricket, that'll put you off.
You'll have to come back to me on that. Drives in the air, but beats the fielder and goes for 4. Homraj, it's very hard hands. For a while, UE players would have been interested in that. But it went very straight and for 4. Very well bowled again by De Silva. And great comeback. Been hit for 4 the ball before. That beats Homraj outside off stump.
2 for 20 off 7. Fantastic day's work so far for him.
All I can think of is Manchester United now.
Oh, in the right area, Barney.
I do have it.
Wasn't difficult, was it?
No. It was for me. Brain's slow this morning. USA pick up 2 in the leg side.
Your own fault. There's a massive. So as we said before, it's a massive boundary out in that direction. Can't even see the fielder. Number on their back. It's right the opposite side of the ground to where we're sat.
It'll take some hit to clear the ropes on that side of the pitch.
I'll be impressed if there's a 6 hit square on that side of the wicket today.
We can't have another obstructing the field wicket.
Can we?
Xavier Marshall in the first game given that obstructing the field. Rowan Mustafa was leading that charge, that appeal. It's a very nice shot through mid-wicket. Aaron Jones using his feet, wristily flicked through mid-wicket for 4. Superb piece of timing.
Against the spin. Very good shot.
His wrists coming through so quickly just to manoeuvre that ball. Seen there's a long on and a deep square leg and a man short of mid-wicket.
Must be in good form to play that shot.
The end of the 24th over. USA 92 for 4. This partnership now worth 21.
Looks like UAE maybe bringing back Junaid Sadiq from that end. So the silver spell ends. Very, very good spell. Junaid Sadiq somehow has managed to ruin the numbers on the back of his shirt. So it's his second one-day international. He's already ruined his kit.
Yes, he'll replace Darius De Silva. Superb spell from him. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. His first outing with the ball for the UAE, and a very impressive one.
Where's he been all this time?
Run down to third man. It's just one. It's Sadiq then. I've been saying Sadiqi for the past 4 days.
Well, you're the paid commentator here, buddy. I'm sure you're right.
Chipped. It was in the air for a while. Chirag Suri at mid-wicket. It's about a couple of feet to his right.
I think if I remember rightly, he erred a little bit leg side in the last over of his previous spell, Sadiq. So got to get back on the money here because UAE would think they're ahead of this game, so they can't let the advantage slip that they built up.
Yeah, it was Stephen Taylor who punished Sadiqi for straying onto his pads at the end of his first spell. Jones runs it down to third man. Just be one. We were talking about grounds the other day in the UAE. Paul, you saying Abu Dhabi's come up the outside for you as a favoured venue?
Yeah, I used to hate it. Now I love it. It's a fantastic place. Not the city, the ground we're talking about here. City's always been great. The ground they've made a lot of changes to recently, and it really feels like a community hub now rather than just a flash cricket ground in the middle of nowhere. They've got beautiful football fields out the back. Lovely couple of cricket ovals too. Lovely lake cut. You like that shot, didn't you, Barney?
big fan of the Lake Cut.
I am too.
Everyone who's ever played cricket with me will know that that is my go-to shot.
Go to, is it?
Yeah, run it down to third man. Get down the other end. How do these ICC Academy ovals rank for you?
Oh, they're absolutely gorgeous, Barney. They are absolutely lovely grounds. This one's the larger of two ovals that are adjacent to each other. The one just behind us, where we are, we're stationed at square leg, as the viewers see the angle on the telly there. One at the back, slightly smaller, absolutely beautiful grass bank, sort of long on. It's just lovely ground.
The midway point, US 99 for 4. You see there just how big this field is, that they were able to easily run two to the man out.
I can't imagine he was
square leg
on the boundary either. Huge hit that way. What about you, Barney? Obviously, this is a mere 6 hit from your house.
Yep, these are lovely little grounds. Something a lot more intimate about these grounds.
Yep. Yeah, actually, it's interesting you say that. I've often felt that. I mean, happily, cricket has gone back to Pakistan as Test cricket. I should say, it's gone back to Pakistan as we speak. If they ever were forced to play, hopefully not, but if they ever were forced to play their Test matches over here ever again, I've always thought this would be a lovely venue for it. Given that Test cricket doesn't attract particularly huge followings wherever it's staged, it's be a lovely little boutique venue for it.
Zamid Raza giving that one a bit more air, a bit more flight. The 100 comes up for the USA to 25.2 overs. 4 wickets down. These two slowly rebuilding.
Just that one run ticking over to 3 figures makes the score feel so much healthier. Bizarre psychological point.
Just before you dash, Paul, here at the ICC Academy, what's a competitive total? Great bit of fielding in there from
Excellent.
Chirag Suri.
Chirag Suri. Just what the UAE want to see, that is really. That's a good question, Barney. Now, 250 I think would be chaseable, but I still think it would be a good score. You've seen a lot of cricket here yourself, Barney. What would you say 250 is approximately par?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't see enormous totals here. And on such a big outfield as well. Might be hard pressed to push much beyond that. Homraj pushes it into the offside to start this 27th over. Thank you to Paul Radley for joining us. That little stint. He's being summoned by his editor. It's Junaid Siddiqui who continues for the UAE. Comrade pulls just for one. Man, Mohammed Usman here, fine leg just in front of where we're sat. There's also a man out at deep backward square, third man, and at point on the boundary, inside the circle. It's Roa Mustafa at point. Basil Hamid in at cover. Chirag Suri at mid-wicket. Ahmed Raza at mid-off. And Zahor Khan at mid-on, all inside the circle. As it plugs in the outfield. For a minute, it looked like UAE fielder might have got underneath it. Instead, Mohammed Usman gets there just after the bounce. It's more intent from Aaron Jones, though. And this time uses his feet, gets there before the pitch and clips off his legs, but again Mohammed Usman gets round to do the fielding. As you see Aaron Jones really upping his intent. This time, bouncer from Siddiqui. Gone over everyone. It's a no ball. To rub salt into the wound, overstepping the mark. Means Aaron Jones will have a free hit. He's on 30 not out now. And a wide. So he'll have another go. So once more, free hit for Aaron Jones. After Siddiqui's no ball that went for 4 and then followed up with a wide. This time Jones off his legs, beats the man at mid-wicket and mid-on, races away for 4. Costly stuff from Junaid Siddiqui. That over from Siddiqui going for 18. Costly stuff. He'd been superb up until then. A couple of wides, there's 5 no balls, and then the free hit being dispatched by Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones all of a sudden on 34 from 43 balls. That's what Peter Della Penna was discussing earlier. Slow starter, makes up for it once he's in. And we've seen him in fine fettle during this series. 95 in that first game, victory over UAE. And then 74. So the US made it back-to-back victories by beating Scotland. Ruan Mustafa comes back into the attack. His first 2 overs went for 7. Picked up the big wicket of Stephen Taylor as well. Played a poor shot in chipping straight to Mohammed Usman at long on. Chirag Suri at short mid-wicket there. Superb piece of fielding. He's been excellent in the ring so far. Very alert. Very good fielder. One of the best in this UAE side. Alongside Ahmed Raza and Ruan Mustafa in particular. Into that 28th over. US 120 for 4. Great rebuilding from Aaron Jones and Akshay Homraj. Put on 49 for the 5th wicket so far. After Siddiqui went for 18 in his last over, we'll see a change. Zahoor Khan will come on to replace him. Zahoor's first 4 overs went for 19. Picked up 1 wicket. You'll see there the first one, Monak Patel bowled him for beauty. Xavier Marshall was good for his 31. You see these two have done a very good rebuilding process so far. Darius De Silva, the pick of the bowlers for UAE, 2 for 20 from 7. First time we've seen him bowl in the grey of the UAE. And sorry, just building him up as one of the best fielders in the UAE side. And sloppy there and close in at short mid-wicket, couldn't collect it and then booted it. And the US run 2, and that's 51 run partnership, brings the 50 partnership up for these two. Homraj 16 not out, Jones 37. Been excellent so far. UAE looked well on top. And it's 71 for 4 when Homraj came to the crease. The complexion is changing with these two in the middle. Again, you see how big that boundary is out to the far side from where we are into the offside. It's the batsman on strike here. It's easily run two. Basil Hamid out there. Can't cut off the two. Harmraj cuts, goes through Mustafa at point. And again, they run two. It's very well run. Mustafa did well to get a hand on it in the end. It would have been 4. It's hit hard by Homraj. Khan going short again. Got through quickly, that one. USA accumulating nicely. It's 128 for 4 from 29 overs. Single to end the 30th over. Rohan Mustafa just went for 2 there. You'll see him sneak through his overs. Very short run up. Gets through them very quickly. And USA 130 for 4. Actually, Homraj 22 not out. Aaron Jones 39 not out. has been an immovable force so far in this tri-series. The third leg of the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2, played between 2019 and 2022, ahead of the 2023 World Cup in India. Joined now by Smit Patel from CricBuzz. Smit, how you doing?
Pretty good, Barney. How are you?
Not too bad, thanks. The lay of the land so far, from a US perspective. How do you think they've done so far? And do you think they'll be happy with how they're shaping up? 20 overs to go.
Yes, this has been an inspiring partnership from Homeraj and Jones. Jones again in the thick of things, approaching his third 50 in 3 consecutive games, 3 consecutive ODIs.
Homraj pulls. There's one bounce to Rohan Mustafa in front of us. Nearly carried. Picked him out. Square leg on the boundary. Bounce just in front of him.
Looks a very compact batsman, Homeraj. Isn't it, Barney? The former Guyana under-19 batsman played with the likes of Hetmeyer, Nicholas Pooran. Single there on the offside from Aaron Jones. USA backed back by some early blows from the UAE bowlers.
Homraj tucking it away to Mohammad Usman. That fine leg. Aaron Jones has been in superb form throughout. 95 against the UAE, 74 against Scotland. He just will not be budged at the minute.
Yeah. Takes his time, doesn't he? Has different gears in his repertoire. Plays according to the situation. Quick single there. So how does this wicket play, Barney? Is it any different than Sharjah? You were, of course, here for the qualifiers, the World T20 qualifiers.
Yep, not just the World T20 qualifiers. I've lived here for 6 years. Watched a lot of cricket here at the ICC Academy. As me and Paul Radley were discussing earlier, this plays very differently to Sharjah. Something in it for seamers, especially early on. It can move around. There's a lot more bounce. It's a bit, as Paul described it, springier wicket, especially the Sharjah, which is slow and low traditionally.
Can you expect the movement to be the same throughout the day, even in the afternoon?
Very much depends. You'll see it move early on with the newer balls. I think as it wears on, you'll get better to bat on.
Rohan Mustafa back in again into his second spell. Got rid of Steven Taylor in his first spell. Steven Taylor getting out, chipping one at long on. Was ecstatic, wasn't he? Rohan Mustafa getting Taylor.
He was indeed, as Peter Della Penna was describing earlier on. Stafford was given a send-off by Steven Taylor himself, and he responded in kind. Former UAE captain Rohan Mustafa
One
He's
very
a-
lively character, isn't it, Barney? Pretty
He's,
street smart.
He's a fierce competitor. Always keyed into the game. Never shy of a word for a batsman.
Excellent death bowler as well, Barney. Nails in those off-spinning Yorkers. Very much like that. It's an art, I think, Barney, being a spinner and nailing those Yorkers, and you don't get that talent that often. Even on the international circuit.
It's well fielded at square leg. Saved a certain boundary.
Do you see that it is a valuable asset for a spinner to add to his repertoire as well?
Someone like Rowan definitely is a quick spinner. He won't give the ball huge amounts of flight. It's a well run too. And Mustafa puts his hands out in disappointment, didn't collect the ball that was thrown in. Sloppy from the UAE, and they've run a third. No one backing up. Very poor from the UAE. And at 140 for 4 from 32 overs, we'll have drinks. This partnership now worth 69 for the 5th wicket. Actually, Homraj, 25 not out from 42 balls, and Aaron Jones, 46. As we see the scorecard here, Xavier Marshall went for 31, LBW to Darius De Silva, and Monak Patel, first man to go. Zahor Khan bowled him, hitting off stump, an absolute beauty. And Stephen Taylor, 16, Ian Holland, 5. You see those two there, Aaron Jones and actually Homraj, have been superb in this 5th wicket partnership.
USA would be having an eye on the target now. 18 overs to go. Nisarg Patel to come in. And Cameron Stevenson, who loves using the long handle.
After a quick drink, Ahmed Raza come into the attack, replacing Zahor Khan.
Change of hands for Ahmed Raza over there. Will be interesting to see if that brings him any luck. Wicketless so far, Ahmed Raza. Comes in left arm over. Beg your pardon, left arm round to the right hander.
A big appeal from the UAE. God, they would really like the wicket of Aaron Jones, who's been superb once again today, backing up that 95 in the first game, and a 74 against Scotland, with another fine innings here. Let's move on to 46. His wicket was prized before play, it's even more so now. Ooh, nearly
Almost
plays
onto the
on.
stumps over there, Viney.
Very close.
Would be
Done.
interesting to see the way these two approach the rest of the 7 overs in the current power play, that are remaining in the current power play. Especially with that extra man in the circle. Would there be an inkling to get a few more extra runs before the start of the third power play, where there are only 4 fielders inside the circle?
And this time he's given. Ahmed Raza has his man. Aaron Jones doesn't look best pleased, but he's on his back foot. Looked very much in front. Height might have been an issue, but not for the umpire. His finger went up fairly sharpish, and Aaron Jones, a key wicket, has gone for 46 off 61 balls. And the UAE captain makes the breakthrough.
That has been one of his
40 for 5.
that has been one of his weaknesses. Aaron Jones. We've seen him get out in the same fashion in the Super 50 in Trinidad as well. That's one of his weakness that's creeping up in the game.
Big breakthrough for the UAE. Ends a 69-run partnership for that 5th wicket. Aaron Jones, a man in form, once again superb today. Ahmed Raza has his man. Excellent stuff from the UAE captain. 1 ball left. 5 dots and that huge wicket. And it's close again. Big appeal. It ends that over, a superb one. A wicket maiden for Ahmed Raza, UAE captain. He's now gone for 12 off his 6 overs and picked up that vital wicket of Aaron Jones. 140 for 5 after 33 the US. And once again, the balance is shifted in this game.
Talking about Ahmed Raza being lucky from the other end. Picks up his wicket in the second spell. Very good ball there. Pinning Aaron Jones back and back. And finally getting him plumb in front.
It's run down to third man. It's well stopped in the end. It's Rohan Mustafa to continue. Actually, Homraj just using the pace. Something you can do against Rohan. Ball's very quick, very flat. You can use the pace if you...
Nisarg Patel in now, a 31-year-old from California. Played a lot of his cricket in the leagues in England. Primarily a batting all-rounder, pulls left-arm spin. The second highest wicket taker in the September World Cup League 2 games in Miami. Wanting to take a single over there. Homeraj denied by Patel. Rohan Mustafa having a slip over here. Wide signal by the umpire. An appeal for caught behind rejected. Fired in down the leg, pretty well collected by the young wicket keeper over there. Rocks on the back foot. Drives it straight to the captain, Ahmed Raza.
Big drive outside off stump. Rohan Mustafa pushing it a little bit wider.
Certainly there's more chatter around the bat.
And again, a Rohan Mustafa over goes by in the blink of an eye. 3 runs from it. You'll see the UAE, they do this so well. Rohan Mustafa and Ahmed Raza working in tandem. Spoke with Peter Della Penna about bowling partnerships. And this is a key one for the UAE. Get through their overs very quickly. Tend to be very miserly.
That's true, Barney, isn't it? One takes the ball away from the right-hander. One takes the ball in the right-hander. Complement each other.
Neither
pretty
of them
well.
are big spinners of the ball. But they will do that. They will nestle into that length. Prove very difficult to get away. Bowl very straight. Make you play. Keep you honest as a batsman. Very experienced players.
Will be interesting to see how long Patel keeps defending the ball. Known to be fairly aggressive against the spinners, likes using his feet. Likes playing the ball in the air, likes lofting the spinners.
Before you head off, Smith, from here, what would the USA be hoping to get towards?
They'll be pleased to get to 220 from here, Barney. 70 more runs, still 5 wickets in hand. Cameron Stevenson and Captain Netravaka still to come. They've been among the runs recently. Stevenson having played a few quick-fire match-winning cameos in the just concluded regional Super 50 in Trinidad. Can use his long livers to good effect.
Certainly one to keep their eye on. Thank you very much, Smith,
Thank you, Barney.
for your input. Smith from Crickbuzz. Sharing some insight into US cricket and this side. Who as he mentions here, 144 for 5 with 15 overs to go. Actually, Homraj, 26 not out. Isai Patel, the new man after Aaron Jones was snared by Ahmed Raza for 46. As Smith mentions there, still have Cameron Stevenson to come. Saurabh Netravalkar, who hit such important late runs against Scotland in Sharjah just a couple of days ago. So he's still batting to come. We know Rusty Tehran can hit a long ball as well. Very well run single. Dabbed into the leg side. Something the US have done very well in all 3 matches so far. Keeping pressure put on the fielding side. On an outside edge. It's very well bowled from Rohan Mustafa. Again, sneaks through another over. And USA 147 for 5 at the end of that. 36 over. Rohan Mustafa's gone for 22 and picked up 1 wicket along the way from his 7 so far. Ahmed Raza will continue. And we're joined once again by Peter Della Penna from ESPN Cricinfo. And if you've been listening to the other games, well done for staying with us, first of all. And you'll also have heard Peter alluded to as the octopus. And once again, today we have camera, scorecard. We have the binoculars. The laptop's been ditched for the moment. The microphone beckons.
Good afternoon, Barney.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Very intriguing contest it's developed. Multiple shifts in momentum.
Yeah, it's been fascinating to watch unfold so far. It's swung both ways various times already today.
Had that middle session, a 10-9 round to the USA. And then right after the bell rang for round 3, Ahmed Raza with a stiff jab in the first 10 seconds to stun USA, get them a bit wobbly again. Do people still watch boxing, Barney? Or is this an MMA world now?
Well, I think many people would have been glued to the Anthony Joshua fight in Saudi Arabia just recently, winning back his titles against Sandy Ruiz Jr. I think there's still a market. So you have it 19 all after 2 rounds.
19 all. 19 all under the Marquis de Queensbury scoring system.
US bringing up 150 there. 150 for 5 now after 37. We'll see Basil Hamid bowl for the first time as well. We saw Darius de Silva make his bowling debut for the UAE. Basil Hamid will do the same now. His off-cutters. UAB hoping that he has the same output as Darius de Silva, who's been superb earlier on today. It was odd not to see Aaron Jones raise his bat for a half century today, Peter. Become accustomed to it. It's a very tight single, well run in the end.
Well, he looked golden for it, and it was just that drinks break that may have disrupted his rhythm. See it happen from time to time in cricket with the standardized drinks break, or in T20 cricket, the strategic timeout. And just that subtle pause in play, all of a sudden he wasn't timing the ball. And that first over from Ahmed Raza after play resumed, and a couple strong LBW shots, and finally got him on the 5th ball. But still USA's leading scorer on this tour far and away.
Swept straight and hard. It's cut off at long on. That'd be 2. Club cricketers the world over will be agreeing with you, Peter. Drinks bring wickets. You hear that every Saturday. Sloppy from Basil Hamid, short and down the leg side. Homraj just scoop pull over his shoulder.
Bringing up
Top
club cricket,
edge.
Barney. There was a lot of club cricket in that sequence. Club cricket delivery, club cricket shot, club cricket stumble trying to get down the pitch. Now the umpires having a word with Ahmed Raza. In the last year or so, they've been very vigilant on this. He's having a word with him about the boundary routers bouncing the ball in to the wicketkeeper. I've got a lot of sympathy for the fielders. What if they're trying to just conserve their arm? They don't want to throw their arm out, tire their arm out. These umpires assume every fielder in international cricket's got the arm strength to hit the keeper on the fly. It's an 80-yard boundary on one side today, Barney.
Yeah, take a bullet arm from this one to get it on without bouncing.
Are you going to give him a hard time because he bounced it from 80 yards out there? Not everybody's got an Andrew Simons arm, Barney.
Yeah, we spoke about the dimension of this ground a couple of times today, but it's enormous out to that far side. You'd assume the man on the boundary out there would not be on the rope. So we see the UAE bowling figures there. So Darius de Silva, 2 for 20 from his 7. Stand out. We have Nisarg Patel at the crease. He's coming for Kareem Agor. We were discussing earlier him as a player, Peter, and you're describing him as someone who'll be aggressive. Will he go early? Will he take his time?
Well, he's trying to stretch the innings out here. He's trying to play a bit within himself at the moment. He's somebody who's a natural ball striker. And because of that, you can see he's having a bit of an awkward time trying to rotate the strike with Homraj, who's a well-set batsman now on 34. You want to try and get him on strike as much as possible. And early in his innings, Nisarg has been very conservative, trying to get onto the front foot and just smother the ball rather than trying to work the ball around, square the wicket, get those singles.
And he manages to get 2 here. It's well fielded by the man at cover, but in the end, he's pushed it just to his right, and it's that middle ground where Long Off has to do a lot of work to get in, and Ahmed Raza as well has to turn and collect. And they get the 2. Something you've mentioned a fair bit actually, Peter, and you see it more and more increasing in its importance. It's just the rotation of the strike, and you say Nisarg so far 11 off 21. Would you want him to be a bit more efficient?
Well, that kind of shot right there is his natural stroke. As I said, he's a boundary striker, but he's not striking boundaries, and that's affecting his strike rate and his ability to just score off each delivery. He's scoring at about 50% scoring shot percentage at the moment because he's not getting those boundaries to boost up the strike rate. So both the strike rate and the scoring shot efficiency are hovering right around the same mark. So if he's not getting those boundaries, he's got to find a way to just get off strike, and you don't want actually Homraj to be losing rhythm here. After all the hard work he's done with Aaron Jones to set up this innings, you would say looked like they were good for 260 at that last strings break after 32 overs, 140 for 4. And the last thing you want to see is momentum to stall, and not to beat a dead horse here, but that's why Kareem Agor is such a valuable prospect wherever he is in the order, because in this kind of situation, I wouldn't be expecting him to score boundaries either. Nisarg doesn't have a boundary. I wouldn't expect Kareem Agor to have a boundary either. But you would expect Kareem Agor to be playing with soft hands, pushing the ball, tip and run, working it, square the wicket, finding the gaps quite efficiently. Not just for himself, but more importantly in this situation, to keep actually Homraj in rhythm. There's so many times you'll see a batsman who's set get out because they go cold at the non-striker's end because their partner isn't doing enough to keep them in rhythm. And you'd hate to see actually Homraj have that happen. He's only faced 8 balls in the last 4 overs.
Pulled some fancy footwork down there and long on to keep it in.
Now, when you've got, sorry, Barney, when you've got a guy set who's, on 26 after 35 overs to only face 8 deliveries off the next 4 overs, his partner isn't helping him out to keep that rhythm and keep that scoring going.
Absolutely, and there's runs to be had out here if you can manoeuvre the field. It's such a big playing area. I feel like someone like Kareem Agor would have enjoyed such a big outfield.
The other thing that does too, that rotation of the strike in the desert conditions like you have here, you run the other team into the ground, into the field. You tax them. If they're fielding first, you burn their energy by making them chase down that ball. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Nisarg Patel, I feel like, has contributed to this wicket of Akshay Homraj because Akshay Homraj wasn't able to stay in rhythm. The last 5 overs, he only faced 10 deliveries when he was really timing the ball well, really comfortable with Aaron Jones at the crease. And Nisarg Patel has got to do a better job of rotating the strike because I just touched on it in the previous over. So often you'll see the batsman in the situation, the set batsman will get out just because they lose the rhythm. They go cold. And Akshay Homraj, who was timing the ball so well, got out of rhythm, prods forward. Basil Hamid, not known as a wicket taker for the UAE. And what happens, he comes on and strikes here in the 40th over. And now USA really is in deep trouble here at 165 for 6.
Yeah, Basil Mead, his first wicket for the UAE. He's quite an innocuous-looking bowler. And as Peter says there, Homraj was well set, stalled a little bit since the arrival of Patel to the crease. And with 10.2 overs remaining, USA 165 for 6. And there's a lot of work on now to get up to that a competitive total.
Well, Cameron Stevenson coming in at number 8 now, ahead of Rusty Tehran. The reason for that is because he was so fantastic on that Super 50 tour in Trinidad. In these kind of situations, coming in with USA struggling, finished not out on multiple occasions down there in Trinidad. He's only faced a handful of balls on this tour, just 1 run so far in the first 2 matches, but this is the situation that he thrived in that regional Super 50 Cup. And USA, depending on him to provide a nuggety contribution here alongside Nisarg Patel. And the thing that impressed so much about Stevenson in those innings in Trinidad was the intelligence that he showed. He will be aware of the field dimensions. He will be conscious of which side he can attack, where he can attempt to go clear the short boundary on the 60-yard side versus trying to pinch sharp 2s on that 80-yard side, knowing the wind conditions. He's a very, very alert, very conscious cricketer.
And with 10 overs to go, USA 165 for 6. An important wicket in that over from Basil Hamid. It's the first time we've seen him bowl for the UAE. He has 1 for 10 from 2. As you enter this final power play. This first innings. It's just 1 to long on. You think Stevenson will target us on this side then? Should be the leg side to the batsman on strike now.
I've got to kick my camera out of the way and make sure I've got my hands in the ready position, Barney.
Instead he drives into that long boundary. It's just the 1. It's good fielding to keep it just to 1.
I want to see how good Chiku and Praveen, their fielding capabilities are here, part of the production team.
Yeah, the Cricket Club guys, the production crew here with us. I'd back them. I think they're good fielders. uphill. He's got a big stride in though, Cameron Stevenson. He's a big lad.
The other part about that, he was hit very, very full, so umpire not getting a chance to judge how much the ball was turning back. If it was turning back at all. Ahmed Raza, very, very disciplined lines, but not the biggest spinner of the ball.
Yeah, you have that in this UAE side. They're not big spinners at all. But they're incredibly consistent. Very experienced. Both Ahmed Raza and Rohan Mustafa. And now Basil Hamid. Wild card. Nine to go. I feel like the UAE would be very happy with how things have gone so far.
Very, very classic Ahmed Raza spell. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Nothing that would be shouting from the rooftops on the paper scorecard, but just exerts that control and that pressure on the match to help bowlers at the other end. Like Hamid strike as Mustafa comes on. Rohan Mustafa back for his 8th over.
Yeah, and as you say, that's a very typical Ahmed Raza spell. You see it so often. 1 for not many from 10 overs. And the UAE captain, that's pushed into the leg side, will be 2, comfortably so.
He's not somebody who typically rips through a batting order with a 4 or 5 for, but at the same time, you'd say he's one of the first guys on the team sheet, not just because he's captain, obviously, but he's indispensable in this UAE lineup and the chemistry of the lineup, what he brings to the table. Could never imagine him not being in the 11 with the role he plays in the team, which again goes deeper than wickets. So often everybody just looks purely at runs and wickets, but there's so many subtle things that he does, I think, are gaining a greater appreciation in the modern era of statistics. And then the job that he does fielding-wise, arguably one of UAE's best fielders, if not their best fielder. Very athletic at his height.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a fine player, Ahmed Raza. Worked a great deal on his batting in recent years as well. Very much wants to be a more than capable batsman in the lower order for the UAE. And also one of the nicest guys you can meet as well. Just to top it off.
There's quite a few of those in the UAE squad, Barney.
Yeah, there are some good eggs in the UAE side.
I tell you what was extremely fascinating to observe during the T20 qualifier. In spite of all the chaos that was happening off the field, right from the very first press conference, Ahmed Raza would show up with a smile on his face. He's got a very, very optimistic disposition. You would never know by showing up to any of those press conferences all the drama that was happening off the field associated with the UAE team, because he was always a very positive character. And I think that contributed to rallying the team together, getting that chemistry back, getting that morale, keeping it as high as possible in spite of all the things that were happening, and contributed to them going to the playoffs and coming within one victory of qualifying for the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's a big appeal, and given. Siddiqui back into the attack, first ball. As Cameron Stevenson, LBW. What an impact that is from Siddiqui. USA 174 for 7 at that loss of wicket.
Well, even though we're square on, Barney, I had my finger up pretty quickly. I looked out all the indications, no matter where you are on a cricket field. It was hit very low on the pads. It was hit full. Didn't get his feet moving. And you can see, based on the angle and the trajectory of the ball going off the pads, didn't look like it was going down the leg side either. Everything indicated it was going straight for the stumps. And Cameron Stevenson, another low score on this tour after being so successful in Trinidad, has put USA into a deeper hole. 174 for 7 now as Rusty Tehran enters. Building off another point you were making earlier, Barney, if you told Dougie Brown before this match began that they would have 174 for 7, the score after choosing to send USA in, and 3 of those 7 wickets would be taken by De Silva and Hamid, Dougie Brown would have bit your hand off.
He really would have done. Been superb from those two. Just wasn't really expecting today to see them bowl, and they've both been superb.
And on the flip side for USA, you would be very, very disappointed. You could understand if Zahoor Khan or even Siddiqui, the way he bowled, especially after the first game, or Ahmed Raza, Rauhan Mustafa, those guys were taking wickets and you were in the situation, you could, if you're on a USA perspective, tip your cap and say, well played. But to lose 3 wickets out of the 7 to a pair of guys who have effectively never bowled before for the UAE is something that is quite worrying. The one thing that you could say on the USA perspective on that standpoint is that the surprise element may have helped play into UAE's hands. When you get into a situation like that, you don't have the scouting work, you don't have the video work to be able to study these guys. The fact that they're coming on for the first time in this situation today, not a lot of preparation can be done, so it can be a bit of a wild card coming up against that as a batsman, whereas they would have had a lot more video work, a lot more analysis catered to the guys like Ahmed Raza, like Mustafa, like Siddiqui, and Zahoor Khan.
It's a very good point. Just push down the ground just for one. They would not have seen a lot of either Basil Hamid or Duras de Silva as bowlers. Probably wouldn't have seen anything of them. It's very much a surprise element. Nisarg Patel tucks it off his hip. And Chirag Suri excellently cuts off the 2.
He's been all over the place today, Barney. Putting in quite a bit of work. He's got 2 hats on. And not just figuratively, he's not just double hat with a batting role and a fielding role. He's literally got 2 hats on. Not sure whose hat he's wearing. Unless it's Siddiqui out there.
Now known as Chirag 2 hats. Yeah, he's covered a lot of ground today.
And that's a run saved there. That previous ball, UAE is giving away 3 runs on overthrows, but him charging in like that, it brings 1 run back into the positive column because it really should have been 2 there. It was hit and timed well enough by Nisarg Patel that he really should have been able to come back for 2, but Chirag Suri denying that. So that adds 1 back out of the 3 overthrows they gave away earlier. Through positive running, I think all 3 of them were when Jones was at the crease with Homeraj.
Yeah, the intent's not been quite the same since that brilliant partnership between Aaron Jones and Akshay Homraj. Those two are very purposeful, very busy, and seem to be constantly ticking the scoreboard over.
From a position where USA was at, where they're looking at 260 with those 2 at the crease, now they'd be battling just to get to 225, 230.
Rusty Turon clips off his legs. There'll be 2 out there. It's that long boundary. The boundary riders have got to do a lot of running today. A lot of ground to cover. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Dougie Brown is just above us to our right, and he is very encouraged by that.
Do we need to change Ronnie Mustafa's bowling style from right arm off spin to right arm medium pace? Slipping in the Afridi style quicker ball as fast as he can possibly zing it in there for an off spinner.
And again as well. Something that Smith had touched on just now while on commentary is how effective those Yorkers are from Rohan Mustafa. He really fires them in. He doesn't miss the mark too often either. And then a flighted one. It's very rare.
What on earth was that, Barney? It's keeping everybody off balance.
You do not see that very often. Rohan Mustafa tossing one up. He's nudged down the ground for 1.
I'm sure he added in a subtle jab about that too. Could only score a single off that.
USA 6 overs to go, 181 for 7. Nisarg Patel, shoulder, huge amount of responsibility now, 23 not out. Just how much can he contribute to this USA total?
Nisarg has gotten into these positions over and over and over and over again with USA in his career. He's never been able to kick on. He has to do it here.
And he pulls over mid-wicket, but doesn't get much of it at all. They get back for 2 though.
Somebody who typically has batted in a middle order position at times. He opened the batting as well in his 50-over career when he first came into the team for USA. He's batted 16, 17 innings now. His high score is 49. It came in December 2017 against Oman. He gets so many starts. He's never able to kick on, and this is a situation where USA desperately, desperately needs it.
Is this a criticism that's been levelled at Nisarg throughout his USA career?
Well, it's part of the reason why he's been in and out of the team constantly. He's gotten a lot of opportunities, far more than many other players in his position, and he's never been able to capitalize on them. And it's just been a matter of being able to consistently convert some of the starts he gets. He never really looks out of form when he's in the middle. He's always timing the ball well.
It's a wide down the leg side. It's quick from Siddiqui that time.
Now, a few words between Tehran and Siddiqui after that. Keep a note of that for the second innings, Barney.
Yeah, and Rusty Tehran bringing it to the umpire's attention.
I couldn't hear anything as that ball passed down leg side, so I'm not sure what Junaid Siddiqui was appealing for other than to throw the umpire off in the wide.
And this time he's out. Next ball. LBW. Rusty Tehran is not happy.
And as Rusty ran by, a few more words from Siddiqui. Things getting a little bit spicier here in the desert, Barney.
Absolutely. Rusty Tehran's a big bloke. I wouldn't be wanting to get on the wrong side of him. He's gone for 5. Siddiqui, LBW. 185 for 8 then. 5.5 overs left.
Rusty looks like he's straight off the rugby field. He's not somebody you want to meet in a dark back alley. For the American audience, he looks like he's built more like a middle linebacker or a tight end than a fast bowling cricketer, but he's got broad shoulders and definitely somebody you wouldn't want to fire up. And I'd be very curious, circling around that, what Rusty Tehran does in his opening spell coming out. I guarantee you he'll be fired up, Barney. And the last thing UAE would want to do in this situation is stir up a hornet's nest, because they're in a very, very dominant position here now, 185 for 8.
I think Siddiqui's kicked the hornet's nest there. Saurabh Netravalkar, USA captain, is next man in. Played a crucial role with the bat against Scotland. Hit some very important late runs. They could do with a few more here.
And on that point, Barney, he was very, very intelligent the way he batted at the end of that innings. He just pushed singles for 2+ overs until he got to the 50th, and then he started to take his shots. And then he went 4-4-6. And those were very, very crucial runs. But again, he did it very intelligently. He has to recognize, and he is a shrewd character, and I hope Nisarg Patel recognizes this too. They don't need to hit out just now. There's no sense to panic.
As he gets a top edge down to fine leg. Just one.
You worry about Nisarg in the situation if he starts to try and hit out, clear the boundary, start hitting 4s and 6s unnecessarily, or he feels like he's under pressure. Well, Nisarg Patel doesn't need to do that just yet. They've got to keep stretching this match out to the 50th over. And Saurabh Netravalkar is very, very handy with the bat. He's more than capable of holding down the end, rotating the strike, continuing to stretch this out until they get to that 49th, 50th over before they really have that desperation that starts to kick in where they need to start going for those late boundaries. But the last thing you want to see USA do here is finish with deliveries unused.
5 overs to go. USA 186 for 8. And such a good position of Aaron Jones and Actually, Homraj at the crease. UAE have been superb in this back end of this first innings. Been a very good display from them. Ahmed Raza won the toss earlier and electing to field. Looking like a very good decision right now. We'll see Zahul Khan come back into the attack. The man with the longest arms in cricket.
Making all these boxing references, Barney. I'd hate to be in a ring with him. I was at his height with his reach. He'd just be jabbing at long range all day long. You'd never be able to get inside to land that uppercut.
Dab down to third man. This man on the boundary there's just be one. Netravalka does well though, gets Nisarg Patel on strike. First ball of the over.
And for those of you who missed it at the start, a very, very sturdy jab. He landed, Zahur. Getting Monank Patel. Got him onto the back foot. Clean bowled with one that just nipped back in a touch.
Yeah, he's a very good death bowler as well. Zahur. Hits his York as well. Has good slower balls.
Very, very intelligent here. You can see Saurav Netravalkar just like he did at other innings at Sharjah. Just very, very smartly tap and run, tap and run. That's all he has to do right now just to get Nisarg on strike. And if USA can get 35 runs here off the last 5 overs, they would give themselves a fighting chance to get up to that 225 mark.
Yeah, it has to be the aim now. There'll be another single down the ground, firmly pushed by Nisarg Patel. Yeah, disappointment for the USA when 260 was a realistic target. Looked to be easing towards that. Now they've had to rein those hopes in a bit. UAE be hoping to pick up these 2 wickets. If they can get them under 200, it'd be a big psychological advantage as well.
Very, very tight lines here, again by Zahur, not giving Netravalkar that opportunity to just run that ball off the open face. You could see what he was trying to do there, just get that single to deep third man, but not getting the room to play that shot. Get that single to get off the strike, to give it to Nisarg. Tight lines have been a feature of the entire innings. Almost everybody out bowled or LBW. There's the one dismissal. Ian Holland caught it backward point. But UAE bowlers have been relentless at attacking the stumps.
So 4 overs to go. You'll say 190 for 8. Nisarg Patel on strike. Siddiqui.
Just the 2 batsmen out caught in the USA lineup, but everybody else, Boulder, LBW. It's been the story of the day. Another good single here. The only other batsman out caught Stephen Taylor, which was really a poor shot. Just prodding loosely, chipping it in the air to long on, just outside of the power play. And even that was a product of just attacking the stumps. Rohan Mustafa, 7 dot balls to Stephen Taylor he had bowled leading up to that shot, and the pressure got to Taylor. Produced that false stroke. So just that consistent line attacking the stumps has paid off so well for the UAE today.
Yeah, something these guys have done very well. Wicket to wicket. Making the US play near enough every ball. Nisarg Patel chips out to mid-wicket. They'll get 2.
Good running by Netravalka from the non-strikers end. Was well wide of the fielder here at deep square leg. Chirag Suri has been quite busy throughout much of the day, and he recognized quite quickly there was a space opening up there for 2. He seized on it to keep Nisarg on strike.
And he pulls. There's a fine leg here, just be 1. And Chirag Suri had just been moved from in front of square. If Patel could have got that a bit squarer, he might have had a chance of getting boundary. Well dug out from Netravalka. Only 1. Suri again doing the fielding. Three overs to go. USA 196 for 8. Netravalka's a very capable 10, isn't he?
He's got a very, very good average for USA coming down the order. He's got a lot of not outs in his career as well. Fortunately, I can't rip that off the top of my head, Barney, the exact number, but I know he's got quite a few. The most number of not outs for USA is Nastush Kenjige. 50 over cricket. You can always depend on him to survive and hold up an end. And that's all the more reason why there's no need to feel any pressure to hit out here. It's not a sense of if one of these two gets out, then the innings is wrapped up because Kenjige is going to get out first ball or anything along those lines. He's somebody who works very hard on his batting. And just need to just keep pushing for those singles. And the other thing they've got to recognize too, the long boundary.
Sahor, 2 slower ball bouncers in a row. Very well executed. That one top edged. Out to deep backward square leg for 1.
So this is the 48th to 50 that's going to be from this end too. If USA is going to take their chances, might have to be in the next over the 49th, because if they're going to bang it in short with these slower ball bouncers, they've got 3 men on the leg side boundary where it's 80 yards to hit to the leg side on this end, and so they've situated the field to protect against that, and USA's really got to be looking to get pinch twos, just try and place the ball into the gaps there rather than try and think about clearing the boundary on this side to the leg side. They've got to take their chances in the next over on the leg side boundary where it's a much more manageable 65 yards.
It's hit through point. Chirag Suri again does the fielding. It's 2.
Sharp running there by Nisarg, supported by Saurabh Netravalkar. Surrey fielding and they cover sweeper boundary, and Nisarg got it square enough behind point to allow the opportunity to open up for that second run. Well judged. Getting it past CP Rizwan at point.
Sahor, another bouncer. Peter's giving it a wide from from where we are.
Nisarg Patel is not the tallest guy in this USA squad by any stretch of the imagination, and it was a very, very, very generous call, I think, from the square leg umpire. Rusty Tehran would have been able to hit that. I don't know about Nisarg Patel.
It was high, but not wided, just called as a 1 for the over. And this time, uppercutted to third man. And it's a misfield from Junaid Siddiqui down there. And they run too.
Now that looked like trouble all the way from Siddiqui, not from Nisarg. A very alert fielder might have even been able to convert that into a chance. Siddiqui loafed his way to that ball very casually, and then just kind of very even more casually stuck his paw out to bat it down. What should have been potentially a catch, or at the most a single, turns into a 2 for Nisarg, who again is very alert coming back. Really poor fielding there from Siddiqui. It should never have been 2, and it allows the senior batsman in this partnership to stay on strike.
And this time he top edges over the keeper, and that'll be 4. Sahor going short again. This time, this side pulls, top edges it over Aravin's head, and for 4.
And if I'm Zahor and I'm Dougie Brown, I'm giving a dirty look out to third man to Siddiqui, because Nisarg should not have been on strike to be able to hit that ball. It doesn't matter if he hit it cleanly or not. Just the fact that he was there for that opportunity for the boundary should not have happened. And it's a little thing like that that can make a big difference. 9 run over in the end. Take USA past the 200 mark. Oh, 12 runs if they can get 12 singles. Get up to 217, but with these two well set now in their partnership in the last couple overs, stand currently at 20. Nisarg on 39 at 225, 230. One big over here in the 49th with a short boundary they can target from this side. It's going to be their opportunity to get that late boost.
Yeah, Roa Mustafa will bowl the penultimate over. I feel like Mohammed Usman in front of us at deep backward square could be in business during this over. Rowan's on 9 overs, 1 for 30 thus far. Netravalka goes hard down the ground. It's just one though. Long on getting round to that.
Something we don't see USA players play an awful lot is that reverse sweep. Something they really need to work on, that unorthodoxy. And here's the situation where you could call upon it. Third man is up in the ring. There's no backward point. That's their best scoring option at this stage, but it's very doubtful that you'll see Nisarg play that kind of shot.
Hello.
You got my antenna up, Barney.
That's an inside edge. And as Junaid Siddiqui does the fielding at short, fine leg, showing even the traditional sweep is on as well. Fine leg and third man up inside the circle. That beats the man in the infield. Point on the boundary, gets round to cut it off for 2.
Mentioning that lack of a reverse sweep, it's the one area of USA's batting order that really needs improvement as they continue to step up into the League 2, facing teams like Scotland, like UAE, like Nepal, even Namibia. They've got players who have the capacity to play those shots to really disrupt bowlers at this stage of the match. USA just doesn't have that at this point in time, and they really need to develop those skills over the next 2 years to ensure they remain as competitive as possible.
Netravalka uses his feet. Only finds long off though for a single. Last ball of this penultimate over. Gone for just 5 so far. Rao Mustafa, so adept at bowling at these death overs. He's always good value, Rao Mustafa. And ends with a dot. Very good over, just 5 from it. USA 210 for 8 then. 1 over to go.
Oh, that was the over they really needed to target, and what a fantastic job by Rohan Mustafa. Ends his spell with 1 for 35 and 10, and having bowled 3 of those overs, essentially at the death in the final 10, to concede just 13 runs in those last 3 overs, considering he bowled them in the final 10 overs, is just a phenomenal effort, Barney.
Yeah, bowled the last over of the first power play as well. It's those sort of overs that Rao Mustafa really thrives on though. Zahor Khan to finish it up. Strong pull down the ground. It's well fielded in the end. USA get back for 2. Wahid Ahmed down there at long on, who got round to make the stop. It's hit very straight. It's Netravalka on strike, 12 not out. Well bowled from Zahor. And out. Great piece of fielding. Fritja Arvind, a 17-year-old wicketkeeper, races in to collect and runs out Nisarg Patel for 40. Great piece of work from the teenager.
Great alertness, great throw. Somebody who's at that age to be remaining engaged for the full 50 overs as a wicketkeeper takes an awful lot of energy mentally, and shows how well drilled he is, and what a fantastic job Dougie Brown is doing developing these young players coming into this squad. But Also, fantastic bowling. That slower ball bouncer, Zahor has used it very, very effectively here at the death. Again, that side to the leg side is 80 yards today. So it's going to take a tremendous effort to clear it off that slower bouncer and just using the dimensions of the field to their advantage at this stage of the match. Sarvnesh Volker couldn't make contact. Nisarg really took off as early as he possibly could, and yet Fritja Aravind with a sharp throw to deny him. Nisarg out for 40. That's his second best score in a USA uniform in 50 over cricket, but he's not able to carry on to the end here, and it means Nastush Kenjige is in line to extend his record of not outs for USA.
Yeah, 4 balls left to do so. Excellent work from Aravind. He did the same on in his first game, his debut. Didn't complete a run out. Had a direct hit from a very similar incident. Players running through to him. He's obviously got a very good throw. Very alert. Very good to see. 3 balls to go. Netravalka's back on strike. 213 for 9, the US.
You knew it was coming. And despite knowing what the bowler is going to bowl, it's the battle to complete that execution on the batting side. And Zahur Khan is just locked in right now with that slower ball that they just can't get away. Really fantastic bowling.
Yeah, he's been excellent at the death here. Zahor, 2 balls to go. It's that slow ball bouncer again. It's top edged. And square leg takes the catch. And USA all out for 213. Zahor Khan, excellent at the death. Ends with 2 for 47. And a superb performance from the UAE. The US at one stage looked set for scoring 260, possibly plus. And Aaron Jones and Akshay Homraj were going so well. A very good performance from the UAE there, Peter.
Well, this is just fantastic death bowling, spectacular death bowling from the UAE. Zahur Khan finishes with 2 wickets, but really should get credit for a third on that run out. He's really responsible for that previous wicket of Nisarg Patel. That continued application of the slower ball bouncer throughout his death spell. And USA just didn't have an answer for it. And again, we talked about trying to clear that long boundary was always going to be a challenge. And Sarvnesh Volker, despite making pretty decent contact, couldn't get enough to clear the man at deep square leg. And USA finishes with 1 delivery unused in their innings. And despite things looking so promising when Aaron Jones was in the middle with Akshay Homraj, things just deteriorated very, very quickly. Thanks to Ahmed Raza, only took 1 wicket, but it was a big one, and it disrupted everything that USA had going for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the US scorecard here. See Aaron Jones, he's 46. He looks set to have a 3rd consecutive 50 in this tri-series, but fell just short. Aaron Raza with that vital wicket. Actually, Homraj was excellent with him with 34 before Basil Hamid bowled him. His first wicket for the UAE. Nisarg Patel also making 40 before being run out superbly at the end there.
Three big starts there for USA. Marshall, Jones, Homraj, Patel, Nisarg Patel. And that just tells you what a great job the UAE bowlers did. That they denied USA from allowing any of those four to kick on. Very disciplined bowling effort. And this is going to be a very, very stiff task for USA to try and be able to defend this. UAE definitely favorites at the start of this chase. But we shall see when Rusty Tehran comes on if there's any carryover between that interesting dialogue that was taking place between him and Junaid Siddiqui, and whether that impacts how he comes out in his first spell and how fired up he may be.
Absolutely. And there's UAE bowling figures. Darius De Silva, it's the first time he's bowled for UAE, 2 for 20 from 7. Superb from him. And then Junaid Siddiqui and Zahul Khan, excellent both at the start. And Zahul Khan at the death in particular, 2 for 47 for him, 2 for 61 for Siddiqui. Rahman Mustafa, 1 for 35. And Ahmed Raza, absolutely exceptional, 1 for 26. Basil Hamid picking up his first wicket for UAE as well, 1 for 10 from his 2. So we'll have a quick break here. Players will grab some food. We'll have a little short interval. When we come back, UAE will be chasing 214 for victory here at the ICC Academy in Dubai. Welcome back to the ICC Academy here in Dubai. Our UAE about to begin their run chase, requiring 214 for victory. It's Chirag Siri who faces the first ball, knocks it down the ground for one. Stephen Taylor opening the bowling for the US. And it's 17-year-old Richa Aravind. Opens alongside Suri. Plays and misses with his first ball. Trying to cut Taylor. As you see, has that man in at slip. Man out long on. And cut well from Aravind. It's half stopped. Our way to that big boundary, and it goes for 4. Lovely shot to get off the mark for the teenager, playing in just his second match for the UAE senior side. Joining me once again is Peter Della Penna, ESPN Cricinfo. Hello, Peter.
Good afternoon again, Barney.
Aravind this time sweeps square of the wicket, and it goes for 4. Latched onto the length. It's dropped short by Taylor and swept hard and to the fence by Aravind.
I was going to say before the previous ball, now definitely after this ball, I'm a bit perplexed as to why Stephen Taylor is opening the bowling. They do like to use him opening the bowling or bowling in the power play when there's a left-hander. They like to bowl spin in the power play. I've seen Kareem Agor in this situation bowling spin to open the match when there's right-handers out there. Because Kareem Agor is turning the ball away from the right-handers. I'm not quite certain what the strategic advantage is here. Opening with an off-spinner to 2 right-handers if you're trying to use a spinner to bowl in the power play. And right there, the evidence showing that it's backfired on USA. There's Aravind pouncing on the length from Taylor. Too short. Both occasions. Cut square of the wicket the first time and then pulled behind square, defeating Aaron Jones' attempt to corral it at deep mid-wicket. I could understand if Nisarg Patel or Kenjige was opening the bowling in the power play if they wanted to use a spinner with 2 right-handers at it, but using an off-spinner and Taylor, it's a bit of a curious move by USA.
Yeah, it does look a odd decision. Aravind, again, just 17. Called up to the squad for the first time for this series. Kept very well. Got a run out earlier on as well. Looked very good against USA last time out on his debut. Made 16 off 25 and he started very well here, as is Suri on strike. USA captain Saurabh Netravalkar taking the new ball. Netravalkar, of course, took 5 wickets the last time these two met a couple of days ago in Sharjah.
5 for 32, eclipsing his previous career best of 4 for 45 that he made in the Super 50 Cup in February 2018 against Jamaica. His debut tour for USA. And it's the first ever ODI 5-fer in USA's history as well.
And Netravalkar straight away settling into that length. Just back of.
The other bit of history with that 5-wicket haul for Netravalkar in terms of the race to 50 wickets, USA's history.
Oh, and yes. Is it carried? Yes. Nicked off. Chirag Suri squared up. Edges to first slip. Ian Holland taking a superb catch low in front of him. And Chirag Suri, that length from Netravalka has been so successful with. Just back of a length. And he's angled that one across Suri. He's gone back, been squared up, and edge to first slip. 9 for 1. Great start from the US and Netravalka.
Well, the USA captain keeps adding to his wickets tally. Tremendous start to this tour. And that is now 54 career wickets. So he's broken a deadlock with Usman Shuja for 4th all-time for USA. 54 wickets in just 39 matches. And another sharp catch by Ian Holland. He's been a fantastic catcher early in his career for USA. And right there, low chance at first slip, but got his hands underneath it. Claim it well. So excellent work to get Surrey, and it brings De Silva. He's already got 2 wickets to his name today. Now in at number 3.
Yeah, Darius De Silva 2 for 20 earlier on. Wouldn't have wanted to have been in this early. And after Aaron got off to such a good start at the other end, Surrey just nicks off.
Mentioned the landmark. One of the stats used to kind of judge USA players over history, because a player like Usman Shuja had a fantastic career for USA, 53 wickets. His career lasted 9 years for USA. But in those 9 years, he only played a very limited number of matches, just 35 matches in 9 years for USA. It's remarkable to think about. So you look at things like averages, quickest to certain landmarks. Netravalka, in just essentially 2 years of playing for USA, made his debut in January of 2018 in the Super 50 Cup. So in less than 2 years, he's already passed Usman Shuja. But Usman Shuja, again, only had 35 matches. Netravalka took 37 innings to get to 50 wickets. Usman Shuja did it in 33 innings, second fastest all time. Usman Shuja was the fastest at 33.
And a mix-up. Darius De Silva wants a single. Very well fielded. Aaron Jones quick to the ball there.
And again, the stats I brought up the other day about Aaron Jones, second fastest to 1,000 runs for USA in 50 over cricket. Again, Sushil Nadkarni was somebody who had a 9-year career for USA. And he's the fastest to that 1,000 run marker for USA, but in the course of 9 years, he only played 44 matches. So the volume of cricket that these guys are playing, now that they've got ODI status, just dwarfs anything that USA previously had in their history. But I always like to use those landmarks, quickest to a certain mark, or averages, because I think they're the best indicator of players' class over the course of time versus something like raw aggregate wickets and just raw runs aggregate. The modern players in this ODI era for USA, they're going to sprint past all the record book stats for so many other players who unfortunately just never had the opportunity to play extensively. 6 matches oftentimes was a lot in 1 year for USA. And now they've played 14 matches in the space of, or they will have played 14 matches, or 16 matches in the space of 2-3 months, beginning with the Tri-Series they had in September in Florida, the Super 50 Tour, now this 16 50-over matches in the space of just over 3 months. That usually would have been 2 years worth of cricket for some of the guys in the start of the millennium. But the fact that Netravalka taking 37 innings to get to 50 wickets when Usman Shuja took 33 just shows what an impressive bowler Saurabh has been early in his career for USA.
And he finished that over with a wicket maiden. And Stephen Taylor, the Stephen Taylor experiment, has come to an abrupt end. Rusty Turon has replaced him. Bowling to young Aravind, called up to the UAE under-19 squad for the World Cup start of next year, just this week. Same week that he made his full ODI debut. It's been a great one for the 17-year-old. And fine leg was brought up into the circle to push a man back out of mid-wicket. And that races off the pads and beats him, runs away for 4.
I'm expecting Rusty to bowl angry in this spell. Barney.
For those of you just joining us, Rusty Tehran and Junaid Siddiqui had a brief moment together earlier on. Some words exchanged. As we were saying, Rusty Tehran is not a man you want to rile up. He's a big fella. And Aravind, top edge, clips off his leg, and it's gone over our heads here for a big 6. How about that? That will rile up Rusty Tehran.
There's some West Indian flair about that shot. Just clipped it off the legs. And I thought Dougie Brown was in with a chance to catch it on the balcony over the players' change rooms, but instead it kept on going and going and going into Academy Oval 2.
Yeah. Might have given him a disservice by saying he top-edged it, but he didn't look like he caught it that true, but he absolutely flew off the bat. It's a massive 6, that. He's been very impressive, hasn't he, Richard Aravind, in the little we've seen of him so far.
Well, regardless of how it's on camera, he'll be posting on Facebook later how he smashed Rusty Tehran for 6. All his friends will give it a like. Any way those runs can come, UAE will take him, especially the 17-year-old, quickly on a 14.
It'll be Netravalka that continues once again. Darius Silva on strike, yet to get off the mark. And Aravind, a pupil at King's Al Barsha School in Dubai, this week reported by Paul Radley, who was in the commentary box earlier and will be later on again, reporting that earlier this week, to make that debut, he'd missed a day off school. He'd skipped a psychology test in order to make his ODI debut. It's not a bad excuse for a day off school, is it?
What I want to know, Barney, is what 17-year-olds out there are taking psychology courses on a regular basis? I know they didn't offer those courses where I went to high school. Next level intelligence from Varitya Aravind, and it'll come in handy for his cricket.
Currently studying his A-levels. Should probably be at school today as well. The last day of the working week here.
The most exciting course I think I took at age 17 was an epics course, reading Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey, because I was too stupid to be able to pass AP Chemistry or AP Physics or AP Algebra 2. All the epic poetry seemed so much easier than doing quadratic equations.
Run down to third man, just one. It's now 20 for 1 after 4. Aravin's made a great start, moving on to 14 from 11 balls. Chirag Suri, the man to go. Caught the first slip off of Serb Netravalka. I think it's something that a lot of journalists will share as a hatred for maths.
Now, what was your favorite course in high school, Barney?
Mine was English language or PE, so I could just run around playing football. It's pulled, nearly falls to Aaron Jones at mid-wicket.
There was a bit of extra gusto on that delivery from Rusty Sharon. He's gaining a bit of steam here now. His second over. Not quite an identical delivery, but identical position that Aaron Jones was in to catch Callum McLeod out a couple days ago. And for a moment there, I thought he might have been in play there as the ball kind of just spliced off of the bat from De Silva. It was in the air for quite some time, but Jones had a bit more distance to travel to try and corral that one than he did against McLeod.
Yeah, it was on to De Silva very quickly. Very good bouncer from Tehran. That catch from Aaron Jones the other day to get rid of McLeod was very good. Made up ground very quickly. Took it in front of him. Low to the ground. A key moment in the game as well. Arvin clips off his leg again. This time fielded very well in front of us by Monak Patel. Ran round to the boundary and clutched it one-handed.
Fantastic work by Monak to save 4 there. Looked like it was in with a chance of reaching the boundary, but he's fielding quite square at deep fine leg. So the angle allowed him to cover the distance well.
You can see Arvin that clip off his legs. It's a very nice shot. Some real flamboyance to it.
And because of the way he plays that in that top edge before, you do feel like Monak will be in play here. Traditionally, he's somebody who fields in the ring, but he's a good catching fielder, and they may put him out here in this situation just for that kind of trap.
Arvin pulling. He's been hitting the helmet there. He's taking a moment to gather himself. So physio comes on. He's hit hard. It's a very good bouncer again from Tehran. It's quick. Onto Arvin very quickly. He's just receiving some attention from the physio. That was smart, wasn't it?
Just for precautionary purposes. I almost feel like it might be good for him to come off here because he looked awfully woozy. Trying to shake that off. And this is an area where concussion protocol in cricket still isn't really clearly defined in some ways. If you take a sport like the NFL, it used to be in the hands of team doctors to decide whether a player was fit or not to continue, and there was always pressure from the coaches and captains put on the team doctors and the players themselves to do whatever they could to stay out in the middle. And in the last few years, NFL has taken that decision out of the coach or the team's hands, and they've appointed independent doctors to be concussion evaluators so that there's not that internal pressure from the team to get the player back on the field. They get somebody who's an independent evaluator who can make a decision free from any kind of pressure or interference from the teams themselves to decide if a player is fit to continue. And in cricket, they still haven't reached that stage yet. They're just progressing to the stage where there is the now mandatory stoppage in play. Anytime somebody's hitting the helmet, they do weigh the physio on it. It didn't used to be that way. It was basically up to the players themselves to decide if they wanted help or not. So cricket has taken one step forward in that regard to make sure that the umpires wave on the physio to at least get the player an initial diagnostic check, but in some ways I think there still could be a bit more done in that regard. Obviously there's a cost issue involved, getting an independent doctor at every sort of international match, but you don't want to roll the dice on player safety.
Yeah, there's certainly room for improvement. Aravind, like he took a couple of painkillers, was given the all clear, got a new helmet, and will continue.
And that to me is a concern. If he's taking painkillers, the blow to the head is jarring enough that it's hurting. And that can be an indicator that he really shouldn't be in a position to continue batting here. But he's being allowed for now.
And he's pitched up on his legs. And next ball, Aravind has clipped it over mid-wicket for 6. Some response.
It's an interesting decision on the ball to ball, too. If I were Rusty Theron, I would have bounced him straight away again. And instead he goes full, and he gets punished for it. Another 6, and this one very, very elegant by Aravind. Into the wind as well, but strong enough to clear that short boundary. Only 65 yards on that side of the field today. And already 2 6s in his innings, quickly on to 22. UAE 29 for 1 after 5. Very good start in pursuit of this target of 214.
Absolutely. I had real concern for Aravind there. I thought would have been a wise thing to let him come off and be properly assessed. And as Peter says, you'd have thought Tehran instantly would have gone bumper again. He overpitched on his legs. It couldn't have been a better ball for Aravind to settle himself back down. Netravalka continues and out. De Silva prodding outside off stump. And again, Netravalka's so effective, bowling those nagging lines, going across the right-hander. And a routine catch for actually Homraj behind the stumps. Netravalka has his second, 29 for 2, the UAE.
I said before he passed Usman Shuja, broke the tie with Usman Shuja. He's now 4th all-time on USA's wicket-taker list, and he's 4th behind 3 other players in the squad, Stephen Taylor, Elmore Hutchinson, and Timil Patel. And he just continues to have such a fantastic tour, Barney. Probing that channel on that 4th stump line. Nagging away, forcing the batsman to play Gets De Silva onto the front foot, prodding outside that off stump. And another wicket for the USA captain. Their leading wicket taker on this tour. He's been phenomenal so far.
Yeah, he's been exceptional, Netravalka. The consistency that he's shown, bowling such good line and lengths.
8 wickets now on this tour at an average of less than 10.
This game is moving along at some pace in his second innings. UAE 29 for 2 after 5.1 overs. 214 the target. The new batsman's Basil Hamid. Hamid made his debut against the US just 4 days ago. Made 25 off of 39 balls before falling to Rusty Tehran. And his confusion should have been a run out. Basil Hamid's tucked into the offside. Aravind slow responding.
And again, I wonder, Barney, because of what's just happened, being hit in the head, something like that makes you wonder, should he be out there? Because it looked like me like there was a clear run. And then because there was no response from Aravind, there was a clear attempt for a run out there. If it had been fielded cleanly by Jones, it looked like a definite single on there, and he just didn't seem like he was alert enough to the opportunity there as Hamid took off, wanted the single immediately, and it was only after the misfield that it became a clear run.
It's edged. It falls short of first slip. And they get a single to third man. Aravind again, just Netravalka being pushing him across him. He's driving. Fell just short of Ian Holland at first slip, who's already taken one catch today. Netravalka's been so impressive in these matches that we've seen so far, Peter. Is this just routine for him? To be this consistent?
Well, if you contrast him to Aaron Jones, both of them do the simple things right. There's nothing that stands out about Aaron Jones if you look at him that would make you say, wow, this guy's USA's best batsman. Or, wow, this guy is a run machine. And similarly, with Saurav Netravalka, there's nothing that stands out about him that says, wow, this guy's an exceptional pace bowler. Or, wow, this guy is somebody who's going to rip through your lineup. He's somebody who you're going to lose sleep over and have nightmares about. You don't have nightmares thinking about Aaron Jones. You don't have nightmares thinking about Saurav Netravalka. But the reason why they are so successful and they do cause so many problems is because they both do the basics right. We were talking about in the first innings, Aaron Jones is not a big boundary striker, but he's always rotating the strike. Saurav Netravalka doesn't bowl 80 miles an hour, let alone 90 miles an hour. He's bowling mid-70s, 77, 78, more often than not, but he's always on that nagging fourth stump line. It's making you play it every single ball. His length is immaculate, always consistent. 3 overs so far, 2 for 3. Doesn't allow you to get the ball away.
Aravind pulls this time straight to mid-on. Rusty Tehran going short again. Oh, sorry, Cameron Stevenson. Peter reminded me, bowling change. Cameron Stevenson this time going short. Aravind thought he'd latched onto it quickly, but hit Hit it straight to mid-on after a great start. He's made 23. The 17-year-old now departs.
Cameron Stevenson, that's his method, going short. He likes to bang the ball into the pitch, and first up goes short. He is somebody who does have that extra pace compared to Netravalkar. So he's stepping it up, ramping it up into the low to mid-80s range, hustling Aravind first up, and got it a touch shorter than those deliveries that he was able to flick off his legs for 6. This time around, pulls it straight to Netravalkar on the ring at mid-on, and takes a very comfortable catch at head height. Netravalkar doesn't have the best reputation as a great fielder for USA, but even he's not going to put down a chance as simple as that. And UAE, who looked like they were favorites at the halfway point of this match, Barney, all of a sudden, USA with 3 wickets in the power play, and you'd put them in front right now at 31 for 3, chasing this target of 214. A lot now riding on Mohammad Usman, fresh to the crease.
Yeah, and you hear Nisai Patel there in the field saying, let's get into the tail early, fellas. He's made a very good start. Aravind seemed in a rush. 23 from 18. Again, looked very good though. It's just 17. You have to bear that in mind. But a poor shot in the end. A straightforward catch for Netravalkar. And Usman's gone as well. Stevenson has 2 in his first over. Usman driving. He's bowled through the gate. And UAE are in all sorts. 31 for 4.
Cameron Stevenson. Again, that extra pace he has brings an added dimension to this USA bowling unit. And Mohammad Usman not getting his feet moving early in the innings. Just stuck on the crease. Stevenson goes short for his first wicket. This time pitches it up to the new Basson. It's a lack of footwork there. Fresh to the crease, second ball exposed. And USA now well in front here, 31 for 4. UAE struggling early in this chase of a target of 214. And Irani Mustafa has got to calm the situation down a bit here and just see off the rest of this power play, or else USA could be running away with their 3rd victory of the tour here.
Yeah, well, if there was one man you wanted to come in, it'd probably be Rohan Mustafa.
And he hasn't even faced the ball yet, and already the umpires are having a word between him and Xavier Marshall about calming things down a touch. Carry over from the first innings.
Yeah, every ball is an event when Rohan Mustafa's in the middle. He's so experienced, and he's used to being in the power play. I mean, opened the batting for UAE for such a long time. Batted in the top 3 as well when he dropped down from opening. But not used to being in at 31 for 4 in the middle of the 7th over. UAE in need of a serious innings from their former captain. Fantastic over so far from Cameron Stevenson.
It looks like Mustafa is struggling here. It looks like he took that one on the wrist or lower part of the arm here. Left arm, he's really struggling now, and the physio is back onto the field for the 2nd time in the space of 3 overs here. And UAE can ill afford to have Mustafa retiring hurt here. He's really struggling at the moment with that left arm.
Yeah, it's from his bottom hand. Looks like where he's tried to jabbed that down to third man. It's ended up coming off his elbow. He looks in some pain.
He's a fighter, Barney. He's a gamer. There's no way he's coming off the field. He's just finding more creative ways to add to the drama of the situation.
Wouldn't put it past Rohan to do just that. And he's a tough character. He'll do everything to stay on the pitch. Just look at that scorecard already. UAE 4 down. Jagsuri was the first to go, nicking off the first slip off Surab Netravalka. Great catch from Ian Holland. Darius De Silva doing something very similar, but to Akshay Homraj, the keeper. You see there, Netravalka 2 for free, and Stevenson 2 from his first 5 balls. And the other wicket to depart, the latest one, Aravind. Pulling Stevenson at the first start of this over to Netravalka at mid-on before Mohammed Usman was then bowled. Just 2 balls later. And Rohan Mustafa is struggling here. He's been put back together. He will continue. 1 ball left of this, the 7th over of UAE's pursuit of 214 for victory.
And the USA not missing a trick here. They've called for the helmet. Xavier Marshall is going to come in at forward short leg. Just in case Ronnie Mustafa couldn't hear him talking from square leg by the umpire. The X-Men is going to get a bit cozier to number 88 in grey.
This is where, very much like some mics on the players. Straight away, Xavier Marshall's in his ear.
And in case we couldn't hear him from square leg, Xavier Marshall is making sure everybody beyond the boundary can hear him. Making sure it's not just Rohan Mustafa who can hear him. The entire field can now hear Xavier Marshall talking to Ronnie.
Yeah, we have Stephen Taylor in a leg slip as well. Leg slip, there's a first slip, there's a short leg. Very aggressive from the US. And why not when the UAE are 31 for 4? Very quick bouncer. It's another one that's probably fortunate not to be wided. But ends the over. Cameron Stevenson, double wicket maiden to start. What an impact from him. Taking the wickets of Rich Aravind and Mohammed Usman in that over. And UAE are on the ropes. 31 for 4. Said this second half of the game is moving at a pace. Cameron Stevenson's just ramped it up another notch. And Netravalka will continue. Already has 2 wickets to his name. Watching Netravalka from side on, almost looks like he trips himself up when he gets to the crease in his delivery stride. It's a late shuffle.
He's not Michael Holt running into the crease.
Basil Hamid is the man on strike. 1 from 5 so far. Netravalka again. That ball on a loop has been Netravalka so far, as USA have notched up 2 wins out of 2 against UAE and Scotland in this tri-series, 3rd leg of ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. This time Hamid pushes into the offside and they get a single. A big appeal and out. Rohan Mustafa becomes the 5th UAE wicket. It looked very good. Netravalka trapping him. LBW. And Mustafa slowly trudges off the pitch. And the UAE are in all sorts. Looked to be ahead of the game when they bowled USA out for 213. But now 32 for 5 after just 7.4 overs in reply. It's a stunning start from the USA. Netravalka has his 3rd.
Well, Mustafa just didn't look comfortable after getting pinged on the arm by Stevenson, and on that occasion, Saurav Netravalkar bowls those away swingers consistently, and then it's that one that comes back and holds its line. And it's always the danger ball for the left-hander. And on that occasion, that's what happened. Rohan Mustafa playing down the wrong line, defending down the wrong line of one that just straightened and held its line instead of swinging away from the left-hander. And as soon as he was wrapped on the pads, it was only a matter of time before the finger went up. Just looked stone dead, and Mustafa just walked straight off. He knew he was out. And now UAE 32 for 5 in the power play.
Yeah, the UAE in absolute all sorts. It's CP Rizwan, the new man in. And he has some job on his hands. Netravalka with his backup. Took 5 against the UAE last time out. It's 4 days ago. And he already has 3 today. Just run down to 3rd man. Just 1. This side Patel does the fielding.
Well, the UAE is due to tour with Scotland in March in the USA. And any USA fans watching this today, if they want to see Saurav Netravalkar line up another bag full of wickets, you'd be wise to make travel plans to head down to wherever those 4 home matches are going to be staged in the next Tri-Series that USA hosts on home soil. Venue hasn't been announced yet, but USA is due to host these same 2 teams in the new year. And at the rate that Netravalkar's going, he's got a favorite opponent lined up on his calendar. You know, he'll be chomping at the bit come March.
He's been brilliant here. 3 wickets for 5 runs from his first 4 overs. And Cameron Stevenson, 2 wickets for no runs from his 1 over. He continues. CP Rizwan, the man on strike. USA in total control. UE still needing 181 for victory. Still plenty of time, but just 5 wickets in hand. this one leaves Rizwan outside off stump.
Stevenson. He's got some family and cousins all over the world watching this. He's got his mom and dad back in Victoria. He's got a bunch of aunts and uncles scattered around the USA and California and Ohio and Illinois. He's got some friends in club cricket in the UK. He played some club cricket in Kent. Some people all around the world following his progress on this stream today.
And driven, it's uppish. And he stopped very well, third man. For a minute there, it looked like Gully might be in the game.
Fantastic work there by the X-Man, Xavier Marshall. I've been on his case early and often the last couple months, but right there, excellent work saving 2 runs at deep third man. Covered good ground and then put his body out there to get on the ground and knock it back into play. USA doing very, very well, keeping the pressure on not just amongst the bowlers, but the fielders as well. Ian Holland now moves, as you mentioned, Barney, into that gully position out of the slips.
Rizwan is beaten outside off stump. Another big, expansive drive attempt. UE 35 for 5 after 9 overs. 1 over left of this power play. It's been a remarkable start from USA. Chasing a 3rd consecutive win in this tri-series. Looking to strengthen that grip at the top of ICC Cricket World Cup League 2.
Again, another challenging delivery, leading edge that goes to third man. And Aaron Jones now coming into the slips. Takes over from Holland at first slip, and Holland goes into gully. So Stephen Taylor at second slip, Jones at first slip, Holland at gully, an extra catching fielder now in, or Rizwan on strike.
Yeah, USA can smell blood going on the attack. Travalka's been so impressive.
And again, it's that accuracy as well that's allowing him to attack 7-2 field now with that extra catching fielder. No fine leg in place. He's not straying on the legs at all. It's enabled him to put that extra catching fielder in as well.
Beats the outside edge again. As Peter mentioned, Netravalka hasn't strayed at all today. He hasn't really across all 3 of these matches so far. He's been absolutely superb. Him and Aaron Jones, the early front runners for men of the series, you'd imagine. Rizwan happy to drive on the up. That slip cording could come into play.
Good work by Kenjige attacking from cover. USA relentless in the field at the moment. The only thing I'm slightly surprised at, Barney, is how quiet it is in the field. You never know. UAE were 36 for 5. The noise level or lack thereof at the moment.
Yeah, it's very quiet. And the USA are completely on top. It's quite odd. End of their first 10 overs in that power play. UAE 36 for 5. You see the scorecard there. Rich Aravind made a very quick 23. He's one of 5 dismissals so far. I see Netravalka 3 for 6 from 5 overs. Cameron Stevenson 2 for 2. Just that one Stephen Taylor over at the start. That's a blight on on that USA bowling figure list. The Cameron Stevenson that continues. Basil Hamid on strike. Stevenson beating Hamid outside off stump. Great carry through to the keeper. It's been excellent from the USA so far. To me this time, cuts past gully towards that long boundary. Xavier Marshall gives chase. He won't get there. Runs away for 4. Basil Hamid given a bit of width. Pounced on it. Much needed boundary for UAE. Relieves some of the pressure. Good bouncer from Stevenson. We have Paul Radley joining us again from the National.
Hey Barney, good afternoon.
Well, not
much
great
change
start to
since
the
we
afternoon from the UAE. Blistering start from the US.
Blistering is a good word to describe the pace bowling of Rusty Tharum's. Rapid. Really rattled the UAE batsmen, and just like we saw in the first game, Netravalka at the other end's been right on the money. Real test for the UAE. They needed to play in much the same way the United States did this morning. Just even if they didn't get many runs off the first 10, just needed to be watchful and not lose too many wickets. But unfortunately for them, it's panned out the complete opposite.
Pushed through point. Big space there. Such a big boundary. It'll be 2 to Basil Hamid. Can you be critical of UAE batsmen and their shot selections? It's just very good bowling from the USA.
Well, I'd say yeah. Well, always better, I suppose, to credit the bowlers really. There's nothing too extravagant amongst the wickets that fell. None I can think of. Just undone by good bowling, I think. Vritti Aravind maybe didn't necessarily need to play that shot, but it was in that mode of playing at that on that occasion. Difficult to be too critical of a 17-year-old schoolboy. Perhaps wasn't a sensible shot to play at that stage. Other than that, Usman undone by a good ball. Some of the others were too. Chirag got a good ball.
.42 for 5 after 11 overs. Netravalka has been superb again.
Metronome, isn't he? Brilliant in the first game. Was robbed of the Man of the Match award, even though Aaron Jones batted very well. If you get a 5 for in a ODI game to set up a relatively easy run chase for your side, I think bowler warrants the match award on that occasion. Didn't get it.
His consistency has been remarkable. Just, as I said, metronomic in that line and length, challenging the outside edge of the right-hander. It's been very impressive to watch.
Impressive outfit, full stop, really, aren't they? United States. Must admit, wouldn't have seen it coming if we hadn't seen what they were like on their tour here last season. Very promising signs for United States cricket. Nearly overthrows. Keeper just managed to parry it.
We haven't touched upon Basil Hamid too much at the crease now. 9 off of 14 balls. Can you give us a bit of
another
Paul Radley backdrop?
New addition to the side. One of the 6 ODI debutants in this series for UAE. 6 so far. Maybe another to come. The way the batting's going, Figgy could come in for the next game. He's Indian born. Like most people in the UAE, he's from Kerala. And if you speak to most people, I was just speaking to Salman Farooq, a former UAE spin bowler, just come along to watch. I was just talking to him over on the other side of the boundary over there, and he was saying, watch this guy, Basil Hamid, he's an excellent player, and that's feedback you get off most people actually who have seen him play. He's 26 years old, so young by UAE standards.
And that'll run away for 4. Drifted onto the legs. And it's just been picked off. Fine. There's no fine leg. As we were saying just now, Netravalka has been so consistent outside off stump. That's the first time he's strayed. And bowling to this 7-2 field. There's a small margin for error. Basil Hamid certainly looks the part. His white cloth hanging out his trousers. He wears his kit well, Basil Hamid.
His number on his back, like Junaid Sadiq's looking a bit tatty already. We're talking about the makeup of the UAE team and the change that they made. Rizwan for Kartik Mayappan for this match. Seems like a bit of a safety net, doesn't it, having a batsman, specialist batsman at number 7, but something that's pretty important for UAE if they're going to make anything of this game today. Quite an important move, and it worked okay for them with the ball as well, the way Darius De Silva bowled.
It's a well-run single into mid-wicket. ends the 12th over, 47 for 5. You know, the UAE do have a lot of players who can do a bit of both. They do have options. Instead, maybe affords them that extra batsman here. Were you surprised to see Richard Aravind continue after he was rocked by that bouncer?
Yeah, it was a nasty clunk he got on the helmet. Assume will he passed the, I forget the name of the test that they do after to test for concussion, but he should have been asked a series of questions. Clearly passed that test, carried on. Unbelievable shot, the next ball. Clipped for 6 over mid-wicket. Sure that he wasn't rattled by the quick bowler, and then next ball he faced after that from the same bowler, he fell to him. First 6 he hit, it must have come near here.
It was quite a bit back from us, actually. It was this sort of line. A massive hit. The poor lad will have, if he watches back, will hear me saying he's top-edged it. Poor lad. But it didn't seem like he got all of it, but it went absolutely miles. Must have got a fair chunk. He was late on that. Basil Hamid. He's done for pace there.
Almost looked like he wasn't playing it. He was so late on it.
He'll probably tell you later he left it. You'd imagine the UAE batsmen here should take heed from what they've seen from the US. Very good bouncer again from Cameron Stevenson. From US in both of their batting innings against the UAE so far, have had to rebuild in the middle overs and recover by rotating the strike and just ticking things along, taking the game as deep as possible. You imagine these two have to do a similar job.
Yeah, that's very much CP Rizwan's game as well, from what we've seen so far in his brief UAE career. He's quite a watchful player, plays straight, tries to rotate the strike. Just what they need for the next 20 overs or so, I'd have thought at least.
Hamid nearly fed that into Ian Holland's hands. And Gully.
So you said before, Barney, that it's not a deliberate thing that you're wearing a Hampshire hat today.
No, it's not me.
Being a fanboy for Ian Holland.
No, it may look like that. No. I wasn't sure what kind of protection we'd have here today.
Shrewd.
Very much in the outside. But we're not properly shaded like in Sharjah. We're exposed to the elements a bit. Although it's been a beautiful day.
As today.
Can't have any complaints.
Different to Sharjah yesterday where we had to swim home.
And there was some great work by the Scottish team yesterday.
It was good.
In front of us, where if anyone saw photos from Sharjah, one end is absolutely puddled, which is, it was a troublesome end, wasn't it, that kept us out of the game. No sun hitting that area of the pitch either, and huge puddles that the Scottish team thrown a plastic fish into, just to highlight.
There's fish on the outfield. You know it's too wet to play.
A rule to live by, a law to live by. Netravalka round the wicket. Now to Basil Hamid. Changing the angle slightly. It's one thing noticed so far of Basil Hamid. He very keen to drive on the up.
Lucky he checked that one, otherwise he'd have chipped it straight up to cover.
And they're now putting a man in.
For just that reason.
It's Ian Holland's very close at point. And Monak Patel at cover. Be interested parties. Slower ball from Netravalka. It does feel like that could be a potential risk for Basil Hamid, driving on the up.
Something that the USA have clearly spotted too, that fielding change.
The big man, Elmore Hutchinson on the pitch. Nisarg Patel briefly stepping out. Big adventurous drive from Basil Hamid outside off stump. Just saying, that could be a risky area for him. He's driving at will.
Perilous shot, that one. If he nicks off playing that shot, he might as well walk to the other side of the ground when he's done. Not sure the coaches will be too happy to see him.
Beaten again outside off stump. Netravalka really testing Hamid here. Yeah, you can imagine if he nicks off unfurling that huge drive, he might want to avoid Dougie Brown for a while.
Three for 11 off 7 for Netravalka. What a great start by the captain. Wonder if he'll keep himself on? Or would you hold those 3 back, Bunny?
He generally likes to bowl at the death and is very good at the death. Saw that against the UAE when he mopped up the tail. So you imagine he would keep some back.
If you got one more wicket, isn't that the game? So perhaps one more?
Yeah, it's a very good point. Below this, the UAE have Ahmed Raza. Wahid Ahmed, he can hit a long ball. Junaid Siddiqui and Sahul Khan. It's not a huge amount of batting below this. Nisarg Patel back on the pitch. We're loosening up in front of us. He might be an option for the next over. slow left armers. It's Cameron Stevenson that continues. And he's got 2 for 10, bowling his 5th over. At the halfway stage, I thought UAE were very much
In
on
the
top.
pound seats, yep.
Changed very quickly. And this will be a real test of this team and their character.
Absolutely. I think it's the sort of thing that might happen fairly frequently for the next little while, but everybody's got to show a little bit of patience with this UAE team. So many changes, so many young players in. Things like this happen. Just got to try and stick to their guns and believe that what they're doing is the right thing.
CP Rizwan, given the benefit of the doubt that he's opened the face and guided it, but nearly to first slip. Stephen Taylor diving across to what probably was a second slip. It's gone very fine and run away for 4. Fortunate.
I thought you liked that shot.
I do, but it went finer than he intended, wasn't it?
I'd say so.
Cameron Stevenson, we have seen already, likes to bang it into the pitch. Those Sharjah wickets, it was a lot slower. Sat up and tested the square boundaries. It's a lot quicker today. Yeah, 15 overs in. UAE 53 for 5. Struggled in the early going here. Have the hosts as the players come off for a quick drink. Have a look at that scorecard again. Chirag Suri the first to go. Caught a first slip by Ian Holland off Netravalka's bowling. And Darius De Silva, very similar this time to the keeper. See Richard Aravind falling at Cameron Stevenson's first over, his first ball of his first over. Mohammed Usman went in that same over as well. Rohan Mustafa was trapped plumb in front by Netravalka. Bazza Hamid and CP Rizwan currently in a partnership worth 21. With a lot of work to do. See those figures there. Saurabh Netravalka, 3 for 11, 2 maidens from his 7 overs. Absolutely stunning stuff. Cameron Stevenson picking up the other 2 wickets as well. But it's his captain that's really ripped through this UAE batting order. Whistles wetted. We're back to resume. Netravalka indeed coming out of the attack. Looks like it'll be Natush Kenjige. Well, slow left armers. Big task at hand here, Paul. Talked earlier about the UAE having to hold on to these players, battling things like university and the real world calling some of these players. Means they might have to dip back into domestic structure. For people watching who don't know much about UAE's domestic game, can you shed a bit of light?
Oh, it's difficult to explain the UAE domestic game.
We got time.
Can be a little bit ad hoc. They've been trying in recent years actually to try and formalise the structure of the domestic game a little bit more. Try and get the leading players playing against each other more often. Currently, it's prevailing top level cricket. It's called A division cricket, generally run by company sides, employing good standards of cricketers for their staff teams basically, and that's where a lot of the UAE players have really come from over the years.
Very well run too. Basil Hamid just clipping it into the leg side after he just deftly flicked it to the boundary, the ball before.
Oh, it's got to him on the half volley, do you think, Barney?
Just about carried.
Just
Monak
about
Patel
carried.
diving forward, a long off. Just about got to it. Couldn't claim it. He's frustrated with himself. Peter was telling us earlier that he's a good catcher. He did well to get to it in the first place. And once he's there, just ended up shelling it. A chance gone missing.
As you raised before, Barney, I think Basil Hamid looks like he leans back on his drives a little bit. He didn't necessarily need to go aerial with that shot. It's not like he was trying to hit it over that fielder. He was back on the long off boundary. Could easily have just drilled it along the floor. Wouldn't have been quite as fraught with risk as that was. He got away with it in the end, but might want to revise his thinking next time.
And cut well. Basil Hamid was in the air for a while. And out to that long boundary, that run free. That's some chase, that.
Umpires, we actually saw in the previous over that a return from Aaron Jones on this side of the field. The umpire was frustrated and admonished him for bouncing it in more than once. I think they've got a bit of leeway the other way. Getting it in on any less than one bounce from the far boundary is pretty good effort.
You mentioned the corporate leagues out here. They've brought a lot of players into the UAE national team
Yeah,
through those leagues.
down the years. Yeah, that I suppose the previous incarnation of this team, that's where a lot of the players there would have come from. Now, this particular 11 slightly different, with players having come through youth cricket. A number of them actually. Ahmed Raza, the captain, Rohan Mustafa.
Basil Hamid,
Another uppish one.
living quite a charmed life at the minute. It was wide, it was there to be hit. He almost guided it to gully. But they get one.
So Basil Hamid is a good example of a player who's come from India. He was 22 or 23 to work in the sales department of an insurance company over here. In actual fact, the UAE's sponsors, just by chance.
And what a catch! What a catch. Stephen Taylor diving to his left. What a catch that is. Diving full stretch to his left. And Cameron Stevenson has his third, and UAE are 6 down now. What a catch.
Going back towards the wicketkeeper as well. Usually makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, CP Rizwan's a man who goes for 15. And as Paul says, Stephen Taylor, sort of 1.5 slips. Diving full stretch back to the keeper to his left. Taken about shoulderish height.
Brilliant catch.
Stunning,
Absolutely
stunning catch. We've seen some beauty so far during this series. And that was just magnificent.
Awesome take.
Brings Wahid Ahmed to the crease. That was an incredible catch. He's saying Basil Hamid was living a charmed life. That one rose from Stevenson to CP Rizwan, and it's him that hits the shoulder of his bat. Stephen Taylor had so much to do. Be hard pressed to see a better catcher than that. As you can see in your screen there, where Ian Holland is at, he's just moved out of what his first and a half. What Taylor's moved into now. He's leapt a good foot and a bit to his left to take that last catch. A stunner. Not much he could do about that.
The batsman could have dropped his hands. Didn't necessarily have to play it that high, but it seems like it's been something that's been troubling all the batsmen actually, both sides. The extra pace in this wicket, and the bounce as well. Certainly coming from Sharjah, it's totally different conditions to there. He could have possibly dropped his hands out the way of it, but it was a pretty good ball following him. Superb catch.
Yeah, it seems like it just climbed on Rizwan a little bit. And he's just followed the rise of the ball. That was a remarkable catch. Kenjige will continue. And the UAE 67 for 6, just 17 overs old, this run chase. And they're staring down the barrel at the minute, Paul.
Probably Waheed would be Waheed Ahmed, the last player you could suggest as amongst the batsmen, you'd say, even though he's an all-rounder. So still be hopeful from this position, but it's looking increasingly unlikely.
Basil Hamid just trying to use his feet and go down the ground. For a minute, sort of short mid-wicket was being picked out. Instead gets a single. Brings Waheed Ahmed on to strike. Face Kenjige for the first time. Mentioning the change in this side and coming through age group cricket here and through academies and the like, rather than being brought over for corporate cricket. That's a big shift in culture, cricketing culture here, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And a positive one?
Definitely. This is something that, you look at the facilities I've got here, not just here, in Abu Dhabi, Sharjah as well, Ajman, they're fantastic facilities for cricket. Maybe some of it not quite accessible to everybody. Brilliant facilities here, obviously come at a cost. So there's still scope for accessing top cricket coming from all directions, really. Obviously, there's been a lot invested in academies and facilities and things over the past decade. It only sort of stands to reason that they should be seeing the fruits of that at some point. Hopefully that's what we're seeing at present. But there's still, you'd hope, still be an access route from the tape ball cricket that's massive in this country. Players have impressed in that and managed to find their way up into domestic cricket and then into the national team from that. So there's no reason why that should stop. Ball start by Stevenson. And also, yeah, like we were just saying, the corporate cricket, Basil Hamid was saying, is an example of that. Plays for company side. That's what he came over for, that job. He's impressed in domestic cricket playing for that team. And he's got his chance now, and he does. Well, he's shaping up in this innings, and the innings he played against the USA in the first match looks like a very promising player.
Speaking of the academies as well, Darius De Silva's one that's come through an academy that's churned out a few players and has a link to UAE cricket.
Yeah, very much so. Very deep seam in that that academy, Young Talents Cricket Academy.
Very well bowled from Stevenson. Nasty bounce of that.
Played well though.
Played very well. Got on top of it. It's wrapped him on the gloves in the end, but kept it down.
Yeah, so going back to that Young Talents Cricket Academy run by Shahzad Altaf, who was a seam bowler for the UAE when they played at the 1996 World Cup. If you picked the starting 11 for this UAE team, Rami Shahzad, his son, isn't there another full start? Rami Shahzad isn't here for family reasons at present in the UAE squad, but when he's back and available, he'd be straight one of the first names on the team sheet. So that I think that would have about 4 players: Chirag Suri, Ahmed Raza, Rami Shahzad, and like you said, Darius De Silva, all from the same academy.
Yeah, Rami's a big miss during this series. Part of this UAE middle order. Player full of class.
Outstanding batsman, yeah. I think, if memory serves me right, he's the only UAE batsman ever to have scored 2 ODI centuries. I think that record still stands. I have to check.
Scored a fabulous 100 against West Indies.
Yeah. Old Hararians in the World Cup qualifier, 50 over World Cup qualifier that was last year. Against a good bowling attack, they included Sheldon Cottrell, Jason Holder, not too shabby. Scored 100 against them. It was a flat pitch, mind. Chris Gale scored hit the biggest 6 I've ever seen, I think, in that game.
There you go, Ramiz, if you're listening. Rambo. Radders says
Well played, but
it was a road, so he doesn't count it.
it was a brilliant innings. I think we've suggested that already, Barney. Thank you.
Stevenson finishes up another fantastic over. He's gone for 3. 3 for 22 from his 7 now. UAE 71 for 6. Let's see that scorecard again. Now Basil Hamid, I feel, holds the key. 26 not out from 37 balls. He has a big role to play. See, just Ahmed Raza, Junaid Siddiqui and Zahor Khan. The 3 men still to come for the UAE. Some figures that the hosts won't want to see too much of the minute. Netravalka 3 for 11. Hopeful appeal. That one's kept a little bit low. It's pulled away by Basil Hamid. They'll get 2. It's fielded well on the boundary by Aaron Jones. You mentioned tape ball cricket as well. There, pause. A lot of it played here in the UAE.
Yes, it's probably definitely more people play that than play organised cricket on.
Oh, he's gone over extra cover.
Lovely shot.
What a
in the end.
fantastic shot.
Pretty risky with the fielder out there, but
Monak Patel long off. Is the man beaten?
It's a brave shot, isn't it, Barney?
You use his feet, goes inside out, over extra cover. It is a brave shot, but executed very well. It's very close to Monak Patel, though.
Suppose perhaps can't be too critical of taking risks like that of the game in this situation.
Hamid keen to use his feet to Kenjige. 79 for 5 after 20 overs.
Yeah, as we were saying, tape ball cricket, massively popular here. Friday morning activity. You go to any car park in anywhere near where people live, basically, streets or any scrap of land. There's one nearby where I live. Actually, it's an absolutely lovely spot for a game of tape ball cricket. Not no passing traffic, basically, but a road that goes with a little turning circle, sort of not quite a roundabout, but a turning circle where they can put the stumps, have enough room for a wicket keeper and perhaps a slip fielder. Not that slips having to play too much in tape ball. You just need about 5 long ons, as far as I can tell, when you're setting your field, and someone to go and fetch it further past them.
Cover cow corner.
Yeah, exactly. A long on, deep mid wicket, cow corner. There's your field set for tape ball.
You say it's played by more people than, as you said, organised cricket and leather ball.
I'm just speculating on that, but I'd have thought it must definitely be the case. It's so popular. Friday morning activity. There's, I think, also in middle of Alcoz, which is an industrial estate about 10 miles from where we are now. Friday mornings, there's this big car park in the middle of that industrial estate that's just packed with 5 or 6 games every Friday morning going on all through the day, actually. Loads of players playing. Generally 10 over matches, so I think that's a little bit of the reason that the T10 was as popular and well received as it was, because it's a form of the game that a lot of people that live here recognise, actually, and the way they play it as well, just tee off and bowl really fast. One of the stars of that T10 from UAE perspective, Shiraz Ahmed, new left arm seamer that we've not actually seen on the international scene yet. He's a tape ball cricketer too.
Waheed Waheed Ahmed used his feet, drive strongly for 4. Some way to get off the mark.
Crunching, wasn't it?
Is it a resource that's been mined and mined well?
Not formally, no. It's basically an access. It's either just a game that I'm sure there's talented tape ball cricketers that just stay in tape ball and just are happy to get the kudos of being a star tape ball player. That's definitely the case. I know that for a fact. But sometimes it just so happens that those guys, if we think of one guy who's unfortunately under investigation at the moment, probably the poster boy for this for a long time, tape ball cricket, was Mohammed Naveed, the former UAE captain, who was playing, literally came to this country so that he could play tape ball with his mates in Khor Fakkan, which is, well, it's near Fujairah, but it's actually in the Emirate of Sharjah, on the coast, a long way away from where we are here in Dubai. yeah, he came on a tourist visa to visit his mates and play a bit of tape ball in Corsican. Stayed. And they said to him, Naveed, you're a pretty good player. Why don't you go and try and impress the UAE coaches? I think it was either Akib Javid or possibly even Kabir Khan at the time, who was the coach. And he got on a public bus all the way from Corsican to Sharjah Cricket Stadium, which probably took about 2 hours, maybe more than that. Bowled about 6 or 12 balls, and I'm pretty sure it was Akib who's told me this story actually. He said, right, that's it, you're playing with us for the rest of the time.
Kenji Gay to continue here. And you've got a tape ball in your car.
I have actually, I've forgotten about that. Yep. And a bat. Never been used.
You've played, it's just never been used.
I see what you've done there, Barnes.
Took you a little while. I saw the cogs turning.
Slow going today, and that's your fault as well.
You mentioned the games that, as you see them as you drive all around the UAE, especially on Fridays, as you say, Friday mornings, you see them everywhere across the country. Have you ever pulled over and...
I haven't actually, no. Have you?
No, I haven't. I've seen so many of them.
Yeah.
Always looks like great fun.
It does look like great fun, but I must say I'd find it a struggle. Some of the bowlers. They're pretty quick.
Yeah, I think you've also got to, as you said, swing from the hip
Yeah.
every ball. There's no opportunity for me to run one down a third man and get my eye in.
I think you'd be quickly raced out of that game if that's what you were trying. Cheat. Now, as I was saying, there's a game nearby where I live every Friday morning. Prasanna, I've spoken to the organiser, is a Sri Lankan guy, and he was telling me that a lot of his mates that play in it are Sri Lankans. And in Sri Lanka, they don't play that form of the game. They play a game with... They get a tennis ball, and they singe the hairs off the ball to make it fly more aerodynamically. As a result, they play the game slightly differently. But here, because tape ball...
Oh, it bounces top edged. It's one bounce 4. It's Rusty Tehran, the bowler. Well, that was...
He's tested out in the middle of the wicket today, hasn't he? Yeah, Prasanna was telling me that they have invitational tournaments, and all his friends are Sri Lankans. Generally, they sort of stick together and pick. If they've got a team, it would be mostly Sri Lankan players, and then when Pakistani teams come and play in their tournaments, they just clean up because they're far more used to the tape ball style of game. There's a lot of intricacies in it, actually. It's self-policing, so often after every couple of balls, the batsman, depending if it's quite an organised game, the batsman can request to look at the ball in case the bowler's been picking at the tape to make it swing. That's when they're playing for money, basically. And they want to know they're not being diddled. hitting the keeper's gloves hard, that, isn't it? You can hear that from here. Wahid Ahmed just shadowing an uppercut there. Wonder if that's an option. If he knows he's getting a few short balls. One man back at third man. If he gets it squarer, could be in the runs.
Now worth 23. Been handy so far.
Need 123 though, don't they? Looked a bit uppish again. Flicky. Interesting, that one over from Stephen Taylor at the start. What the thinking was there.
Peter on commentary at the time explaining how Taylor performs that role sometimes when his left hand is opening. Made very little sense with the two right hands.
Yeah, absolutely. You can understand it if yeah, definitely. It makes perfect sense. Having off spinner bowl. Two left-handed opener who obviously wouldn't be used to that, and ball turning away from the left-hander make definitely be worth a go, but wasn't one in sight.
elder statesman.
I was saying about Usman the other day, 34. In UAE cricket doesn't really qualify as elder statesman. He's still got a good 5 or so years left, you'd have thought.
New players who've come into the side for this series. Anyone really stood out to you so far?
So far, but well, Vritia, the wicket-keeper, has been very smart with the gloves. We haven't noticed him too much, which is always a good thing for a wicket-keeper. And he showed up really perkily today. And this innings from Basil Hamid has just got a long way to go in it, with any luck for the UAE, but he's shown up very brightly as well. Remarkable change of pace there from Wahid. Head down and then has a big mo at one.
Quick change of batteries. Could probably do that myself. Yeah, that shot from Wahid Ahmed's forcing a change in the field as well. Stephen Taylor coming out of the slip cordon into mid-wicket and a square leg coming back up onto the boundary. Rasi Tehran continues to bend his back. So just those two players to have really impressed you so far?
Well, there hasn't been a huge amount of cricket, has there, really? Darius De Silva's bowling today was a revelation, really. So unexpected. It's very impressive, I thought. Yeah, so can't really base too much on 1.5 games or whatever it's been so far. Junaid Siddiq we saw in the T20 World Cup qualifier and also in the T10. He showed up well. There's signs of promise, but if you've got them all trying to make their way in the team at the same time, that's when the difficulties that they're clearly facing arise.
And will they have played much cricket together? The new faces that have come into the side?
Well, certainly Kartik and Vritia Arvind have done in age group cricket. They've been very close. All that the under-19 squad's been together, played a lot of cricket together. In actual fact, they played against the USA, both of them, for the sort of UAE second string, I suppose you'd call it, ECB Blues, last season. So they knew, from that regard, they knew what they were getting into when they came into this series. And then the other guys, the more senior newcomers, if you can put it like that, I assume know each other from domestic cricket fairly well. Darius is probably one that feels like he doesn't know everybody quite so well because he's come here from such a distance away, but he does know Chirag Suri from growing up here together and being at the same academy. So yeah, I think they're all getting to know each other probably on the job.
Halfway through this UAE chase, and 97 for 6. So we need 117 runs for victory. One that would be their first in ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. Having lost to the USA 4 days ago, and yesterday's washout against Scotland, their first point. It was an event yesterday, wasn't it?
It was an event. Sort of history. First ever washed out ODI in the ground that's staged more ODIs than any other in the world. We were there for history, Bunt.
I'm always there for history.
Oh, brilliant
Well
fielding
field.
again, Stephen Taylor. So athletic. Sore hand now by the looks of it. That's when me, Jules, the next ball straight at him very kindly.
He wouldn't have wanted that one. Stephen Taylor moves out of cover now. So he's holding that hand. Monak Patel comes into cover. Good start to the over from Kenjigi. There's Basil Hamid again, going inside out over extra cover, and gets two. It's well fielded down here in front of us. Cameron Stevenson doing the work. Replaced his divots as well.
Yeah, that was a good effort.
Oh, and bowled. Kenjigi gets his man. It's a big wicket for the US. UAE now 99 for 7. See Basil Hamid went back to it. Like he played on. Over 38 off 56 balls. A disappointing end to his innings.
Man, doesn't it? Looks so assured up until that point. Wasn't the best ball the bowlers bowled.
No, it was short. Looked like the shot was on to go back, and yeah, it wasn't Kenjigi's best ball. It's picked up a vital wicket. Basil Hamid would be bitterly disappointed. That was a real opportunity for him to stake his claim and show what he can do.
Yeah, just showed a glimpse of it, but it's not enough once you're in. By the looks of the way he's walking back, he's very frustrated and realises he's given away a good chance there. Like you say, stake a claim, make a name for himself, really. 38 isn't really what was required.
Means Ahmed Raza, UAE captain, is a new man in. He will have cut a frustrated figure watching this unfold. It's the last ball of that over, so Ahmed Raza won't be on strike. Kenjigi 1 for 22 now from 6 overs. It's like a change of bowling. Hampshire's Ian Holland coming into the attack. bowled so well against Scotland. Took 2 for 43. Really changed the game. Clawed it back when the Scots were going so well. Single will bring Ahmed Raza onto strike for the first time. Ahmed's someone who's worked on his batting extensively over the last year or so. Really,
By the looks of the way he played in the first game, yeah, he's got a few more shots than he used to have. He had all sorts of shots the other day: reverse sweeps, dill scoops, mow over cow.
the pick of the bunch. He was ambling for the single and rushed along by actually Homraj. Could have been close to a direct hit in the
Very
end.
casual, yeah. I'd have thought it would have been.
UAE seem a long way from victory here at the minute. And Paul, having got themselves into such a good position earlier on, if they go on to lose this game, it's 113 still to win, 3 wickets remaining. They'll be bitterly disappointed, won't they? It's a great opportunity after a very good display in the field.
Definitely. Got to work for your victories at this level, and they had done that halfway through. And then it was just, I think, only fair to credit United States bowlers, really, that they were just too good in the first 10 overs to be 5 wickets down. Most of the wickets were the bowlers getting the batsman out rather than the batsman giving it away as such, apart from maybe Vritti or Aravind. So it just goes to show, actually, that it's a hoary old adage about can't judge a pitch until both teams are batted on it. So perhaps United States did well to get to 213.
Yeah, and at one point, looked like they go way beyond that. Playing very well in the middle overs. The UAE had worked so hard to get themselves back into the game. Did exceptionally well to claw it back. To bowl the US out for 213. Then after just 7.4 overs, they found themselves 32 for 5. It's Kenjige that continues. The man that removed Basil Hamid in the last over. Poor from Kenjige. It's pushed back to him by Ahmed Raza. And he's been nutmegged in the end. The athleticism you're talking about, Paul Stephen Taylor. Very nearly getting there. Finger seems alright now, doesn't it?
It's everything else that hurts now.
you see the UAE clawing their way back into this?
It's going to be tough, I think, only from this position. 3 wickets remaining. 110, 109 still to get. That is a tough ask.
Yeah, I'd take something special from these two. Look at that scorecard again. Huey won't be wanted to reminded of it too much. Basil Hamid top scoring with 38. Richard Aravind got UAE off to a flying start, 23 off 18. 2 big sixes of a Rusty Tehran. And then the UAE top order just imploded. Ian Holland of Hampshire fame continues. Oh, Wahid Ahmed.
Extraordinary shot.
It's
A
taken.
brilliant catch.
Great catch. Cameron Stevenson running round from deep backward square to about mid-wicket. Wahid Ahmed, out of nowhere, tried to launch it over mid-wicket. He just got underneath it and
Extraordinary shot.
rush of blood to the head, isn't it?
Yeah. I think he's capable of that by the looks of that innings.
He's gone for 17 off of 39 balls. Ian Holland picking up the wicket. And Ahmed Raza is the man at the non-striker's end. He's now teapotting. And imagine under that helmet, there's an angry captain.
It's a proper teapot, that, isn't it?
How frustrating. Wahid Ahmed is out of nowhere. Just tried to dispatch one. Just hit it high. Didn't get the distance. Cameron Stevenson completed a fantastic catch. Running round, reverse hands on his knees. Did very well, didn't he?
Yep. It's a great catch. Brilliant judgment. Some congratulations from spectators that have just wandered in ahead of a training session.
Yeah, big thumbs up. Cameron Stevenson. Yeah, the ICC Academy.
Just not sure they've got enough equipment there. Cones for Africa.
Just behind us, outdoor nets here at the ICC Academy, where there's a coaching session about to go and get underway. There's about 400 cones out.
Carnage on the roads currently. Carnage on the roads, but so long as the training session can go ahead.
Junaid Siddiqui, the new man in. UAE 105 for 8. Still 109 runs to win for them. USA just need 2 wickets. You'd mentioned, Paul, that we've not been surprised by how good the USA have been because of how
Yep.
great they were
Yep.
in March this year when they were here. They look a thoroughly professional outfit in the way that they go about their business, and
Yeah, well balanced bowling attack. Batsmen who seem to know what their plan is. So it shows that they've not just lost one game in this tournament so far. Maybe they'll win the World Cup, Barney.
Yeah, this of course qualification for the 2023 World Cup in India. The top two in League 2 will advance to the World Cup qualifier, which two teams will then join the tournament proper. The bottom four won't be out. They can still qualify virtue of the playoffs. Be joined by top two from the ICC's Challenge League in there. Yeah, USA rampant so far. They said a really nice balance, and you touch upon especially their batting lineup when you compare how they go about their business compared to how the UAE have. Seems like far more strategy behind it and an understanding of their roles.
Yeah, absolutely. With the bowling attacks, lovely left arm swing bowler Netravalka, some proper pace, Theron and Stevenson. Left arm spin, off spin from Taylor. I suppose the only pity for them is that they lost Hayden Walsh Jr. recently to the West Indies. Good leg spin bowler.
Yeah, in fact, a wrist spinner into this side. Be a real force. Netravalka back into the attack.
Got his eyes on a second 5-wicket haul in 2 games, I suppose.
Yeah, 3
2
for
games
11
against UAE, I should say.
Yeah. Saying to Peter earlier, when you watch Netravalka from side on, it almost looks like he trips himself
Yes,
up.
yeah, it's only noticeable when you're in this position that we are, sort of square onto the wicket. It's like he's trips over his laces right at the last minute.
From side on is quite bizarre, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is,
It's
especially
hard to
once you
ignore
notice it. Yeah, yeah.
But from behind him, you don't notice
I
anything.
think so. I wonder what it's like on the
I haven't noticed it
broadcast.
in the opening 2 games. You see him from side on, and once it's in your head, it's hard to ignore. Expect him to go tumbling as he reaches the bopping crease. Big appeal. The umpire is not interested in the slightest.
Netravalka's intimating that it might have been high. I think that's all the LBW shouts so far today that have been refuted have probably been, that's been in the umpire's thinking on a lot of them. High bouncing wicket here in Dubai. Relatively high anyway, certainly in comparison to Sharjah.
Yeah, and we still have had 5 LBWs. It's testament earlier to how straight the UAE bowled. A big moo from Siddiqui. No, if he hit it, it would have gone a long way.
He's going to be here for a good time, not a long time, I think. Junaid.
It's well bowled. Netravalka, incredibly skillful bowler. It's hard not to be impressed by him, is it, over these games?
Really leading the way for his team.
Any of the newer faces in the USA side who have caught your eye?
Again, it's like I said before, it's only a small sample size of the 2 games I've seen. Obviously, you've seen the Scotland game as well. You having seen a little bit more. Don't say Ian Holland because he plays for Hampshire. Who's impressed you, Barney?
Initially, Kareem Agor really impressed me. I thought he looked very good with both bat and ball. till he pulled his hamstring. Misses out on this game. Kenjigi as well. Just looked a very tidy bowler. And then today, Cameron Stevenson and Rusty Tehran, they look like they've loved this wicket.
Been
compared
given a
to
bit to
Sharjah.
work with, yeah.
It's always a joy to watch fast bowlers running in and causing all sorts of problems for batsmen.
Maybe a short ball coming in.
Yeah, square leg dropping out to the boundary. As Paul says, maybe a ploys. Good distance in on the ropes. It's a catching position more than anything. You'd think. Deep backward square as well on the boundary.
Double bluff.
The old bluff bluff. Very tight from Ian Holland. 5 dot balls in a row. 1 to go in this 31st over.
Making a point about moving deep backward square slightly again, so obviously trying to get into Ahmed Raza's head about this short ball coming. Ahmed not falling for it.
Yeah, knocking it down the ground for 1. And it looks like we're going to have a drink. UAE 108 for 8 after 31 overs. UAE captain Ahmed Raza at the crease. 5 from 10 balls, and Junaid Siddiqui there as well. Look at this batting card. Damage done up top. Initially, UAE were left 32 for 5 at one stage. For Basil Hamid led the regroup. But once he fell, the doors opened and the USA are nearly there as they look to get a 3rd consecutive win in this tri-series. As the players just have a drink. ready to get back underway. Sarab Netravalka with the ball in hand. This time he does go short. Netravalka 3 for 11 from his 8 so far, has 2 left. 1.5 remaining.
Is there any chance of him winning the Man of the Match award today? Because he was robbed of it on the first game.
Yeah, you'd think so. Oh, he nearly has his 4th. Ahmed Riza driving. Lofted, but it was straight enough. Cleared the boulder and didn't find the fielders at mid-off and mid-on. Yep, 3 for 11. The highest score with the bat for the USA was 46 from Aaron Jones. Netravalka should surely edge
Give
it.
it Aaron Jones again. He's top scored again. Jeez, having a good series.
It's well bowled. Good Yorker from Netravalka. He's 5 for 32 as the first fifer in ODI cricket for a USA player. Could he get a second? Will he get the second, Paul?
I'm going to say no.
Goes full again. Driven well from Ahmed Raza though. Firmly to Cameron Stevenson, extra cover. Will the UAE read much into this game?
Such early days for this team. You'd hope they wouldn't actually. Hope they wouldn't overreact to it. Just trying to find their way. There's so much they've got to learn individually and as a team that, for the sake of UAE cricket, you'd hope that they'd be better for 4 days like this. See what standard they need to get to. It's a bit of a reality check at the moment for them.
Are they a team that tends to put heavy analysis into things, big debriefs and big team meetings?
Coaching side are, yep. I suppose that is their job after all. 3 excellent drives he hit in that over, and it still ended up a maiden, I think. Yep.
Just pick the fielder out every time.
Some players, it's like the extra information they get from analysis. Others just sort of get the impression it goes in one ear and out the other, really. They might, that might suit them just as well. Down to personal preference, isn't it, really? Whatever they need to do to be a success.
On the flip side, you'd imagine that the US would look into this very positively and take a lot from it. And
further endorsement, isn't it? That they're going in the right direction.
but this time Gets it over the infield. Top edges it. Goes out to that big boundary again. I'd be a reluctant chaser out there today. Can't really get a free roll in cricket, can you?
You found one on a football pitch last night, though. We'll do your running for you. Out.
Oh, very well bowled from Ian Holland. Slower ball. Ahmed Raz has not picked it. Prodded forward, with hard hands, and just top edge the simplest of chances back to Ian Holland. It's 111 for 9 as Rouser goes 7 off of 26. UAE captain tried to hold out for as long as possible. Ends up just chipping it back to Ian Holland. USA on the brink. Sees Zahor Khan coming to the crease. It's fair to say he's a genuine number 11.
Genuine number 11, absolutely. It's a good one to win for the UAE from this position. Another formidable display by the United States. Look like a very confident, well-organised team at the moment.
Wow. Very well played. Zahor Khan whipping it off his legs for 4. I've done him a disservice by saying he's a genuine number 11. It's a fantastic shot. It's those long arms. Whipping through the ball.
Put the field back out as a result.
Fantastic shot. Oh, full straight, slower ball again. And plumb in front is Zahor Khan. UAE are all out for 115. Secures a 98-run victory for the USA, who make it 3 out of 3 in this, the 3rd series of the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. And another fantastic display by the US, who earlier made 213 all out. And at the halfway stage, UAE seemed to be on top. It looked like 214 was a very gettable total. They've been absolutely blitzed by fantastic fielding performance and bowling performance by the USA. 115 all out for the hosts. Saurabh Netravalkar, the pick of the bowlers, the USA captain, taking 3 for 11. Cameron Stevenson also picking up 3. Superb stuff. That means the USA now on 12 points from 7 games, are 5 points clear of Scotland in 2nd in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Namibia and Oman both a point back at 6. UAE is solitary point from now 3 games. PNG 8 losses from 8, and Nepal yet to feature. You see that UAE scorecard. Highly disappointing. They lose by 99 runs here at the ICC Academy in Dubai. You see those US bowling figures. Netravalka, absolutely superb once again. Took 5 of 32 against the UAE in the opening game of this series, and now backs up again, 3 for 11 from 9, including 4 maidens. Incredible work in an ODI game. Cameron Stevenson, 3 for 22 from 7, and Ian Holland at the death, 3 for 11 himself from 4. Mopping up the tail. Kenjigi, the man to pick up the other wicket, 1 for 26. Here's how things stand in this tri-series. See USA 3 from 3, absolutely flying. Scotland in second. UAE sit at the bottom, having lost 2. Scotland also losing to the USA. And that one shared point from Sharjah yesterday where we had a washout. USA, again, absolutely superb. You see the match summary there. Again, Aaron Jones earlier on, top scored for USA of 46. UAE bowlers would have been very pleased at the halfway stage. Darius Da Silva, superb. His first bowling outing for UAE, took 2 for 20. Hall Khan chipping in with 2 and Junaid Siddiqui as well. And I see UAE blown away in reply and lose by 98 runs. And we'll be back on Saturday when the USA take on Scotland at this same venue, at the same time, 10 AM local time. And USA going in pursuit of what would be a 4th win out of 4. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll hopefully see you again on Saturday morning.